Clerk, can you go through items 1 through 4?
Yes, Your Honor. The items 1 through 4 are executive sessions and direction from staff. The first executive session is noticed as item 1, executive session review of legal issues relating to City of Tucson Ordinance Number 11869, adopted August 13th, 2021, and implementation of COVID-19 vaccine requirements for city employees and other mitigation measures. Impact of Attorney General's Office Report Number 2021-03, September 7th, 2021, and legal implications of federal actions announced September 9th, 2021 by President Biden relating to vaccine requirements for federal employees and contractors and for large employers. Other related legal matters, including pending litigation ASBA versus State of Arizona, Maricopa County Superior Court case number CV 2021-012741. It is being held pursuant to ARS section 38-431.03, A3 and A4. The second executive session is noticed as item 3, executive session City of Tucson versus Granholma, Pima County Superior Court case number C20203846. It is being held pursuant to ARS section 38-431.03, A3, A4, and A7.
May I have a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. So as we usually do, we jump off of this, go into the executive session meeting in your calendars, and those that should be in the executive session can come along with us. Other than that, everyone stays out, and we will see you in a second. study session?
So moved.
There's a motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. What is the council's pleasure for item 2?
Madam Mayor, I would ask for a motion at this time that the mayor and council direct the city attorney and the city manager to proceed as discussed in executive session and to continue to carry out the direction of the mayor and council as provided on September 14th, 2021. That would include the direction to the city manager to implement additional mitigation measures, including but not limited to regular COVID testing and supplemental mask requirements for unvaccinated employees, as well as other measures necessary or appropriate to protect the health and safety of the public and other employees. Additionally, the city attorney is directed to continue to communicate to the Attorney General and to the Attorney General's office that his SB 1487 report and the ACRD complaint must be abandoned.
May I get a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. May I hear a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any additional discussion? Hearing none.
Yeah, I would just say that this really is a message to the 83% of our employees who are doing it right, and that we are committed to providing a safe workplace environment, and also to the members of the public who come in contact with city employees, that we are committed to making sure that all of those interactions are safe and that they can be assured of that. And I commend the city attorney, city manager, the mayor, and the rest of this council for taking decisive action and moving forward with these other mitigation measures while the litigation plays itself out.
Absolutely, and one of the most important things that we have to remember is that we are progressing. It's a good percentage. 83% of our employees are vaccinated, and that our wish as a mayor and council is that our employees, as well as their families, do follow up with their vaccination and get vaccinated, but that we do have to take immediate steps towards protecting the health and safety of our workers and the residents that come into contact with the possibility of unvaccinated employees. So I appreciate your comments, Councilmember Kozachik. Any others? Alrighty. I think that one additional direction is that we continue to review the direction from President Biden to OSHA as to how it will affect not just private employers, but jurisdictions throughout the country that might be affected by that direction. With
Mayor,
that,
you are correct. In fact, that's incorporated in the direction by folding in the direction from September 14 as a reminder. And for the record, you're right, I should say here on the record, that direction did include preparing for the implementation of the federal guidelines that will be coming out, including any OSHA emergency standard that will apply to large employers, including within Arizona. That would include large municipal employers such as the city of Tucson.
thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you for the record. Yeah, and I really feel that it's important. I would suggest that my colleagues do as well, that we start immediately in terms of putting the logistics together for those that are unvaccinated in the city of Tucson for their weekly testing, so that we put that into motion immediately. Right. Any others? Here none. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes. Thank you so much. What is the council's pleasure for item 4?
Mayor, I would ask for a motion with respect to this item, which is a property acquisition case for the RTA Grant Road project. A motion that the mayor and council approve the settlement of this eminent domain case for the Grant Road project as discussed in executive session.
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second. Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Item 5. Time has been set aside for an update on the COVID-19 emergency. Mr. Manager.
Mayor, I think the direction that you provided via the motion pretty much covers this. The only thing I will say is the medical exemptions and religious accommodation had not been completed. We had slowed that down. That will be completed by the end of the day tomorrow. We'll be notifying the employees that have been approved and those that have not. I will then notify those employees they will have 72 hours in which to become vaccinated, giving them ample time to get their first shot. So just wanted to let you know, happy to answer any questions other than that, Mayor.
The other piece of this is that just Pima County numbers as of Monday, 228 cases were reported in that day. There's a 7.8% positivity and 497,239 Pima County residents have been fully vaccinated. And there's a little bit of the numbers. Go ahead, Councilmember Cunningham.
Oh, so my question is as of now, we have had no one has served their 5 days yet. Is that correct?
Mayor, Councilmember Cunningham, that's correct. We have paused the implementation of the ordinance on the discipline side. We will continue with all aspects of the policy. The policy remains in effect.
Anything else, Mr. Ortega, or any of my colleagues would want to ask or comment on?
No, Mayor, thank you.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you so much. We move on to, that was short. We move on to item 6. Time has been set aside for an update of the fiscal year 2020, 2021, and fiscal year 2021, 2022 unrestricted general fund. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. This is our monthly update for you. There is an opportunity to go through the finances, keeps you in real time, as provides you a snapshot of where we are with our finances. It also, in this particular presentation, does respond to Councilmember Santa Cruz had requested some information on vacancies and had asked for some thoughts on vacancies going forward. So when Jeff gets to that point in the presentation, he'll turn it back over to me and I'll go over that with you. That's all, Mayor. With that, I'll turn it over to Jeff Yates.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to be before you today. So we have kind of some discussion as we do, as we get started on our 2022 monthly financial updates. It's hard to believe we're getting close to the end of the first quarter of the year. I assume everybody can see my screen, so if someone could give me a nod to confirm that, perfect. So as Mike mentioned, this is part of our regular ongoing discussion. It's very early in the year, so we are just still wrapping up our 2021 year. I'm happy to report we're on track with our CAFR. So you'll see that, should see that sometime in November, early December, which is earlier than the last couple of years. Team's been doing a really good job with that. So I just want to give you a quick update on where that is. So for 2021, we are going to finish the year about 82.5 million to the good. So that, if you are keeping score, is about 7 million more than what we had anticipated during the budget process. So that's a positive outcome. If you remember, we balanced last year's budget with about $30 million of fund balance usage. So if you add those two numbers together, you get about 111 million to the good. So that's definitely a positive year, and better than we anticipated. And that was driven by better than anticipated revenue. We actually saw a bounce in sales tax, which is wonderful. And then a pretty efficient year as far as expenditures. And we can talk about vacancy savings and those things in just a few minutes, as that's probably one of the big drivers in that discussion. So not a whole lot to report quite yet in 2022. We have our budget. Just keep in mind, of this $625 million of revenue, that includes about 34 million of fund balance usage. Where we are on an actual basis, on a cash flow, we're about 10.6 million to the good through this time of the year. Just remember that you can't straight line government expenditures or revenues. So we may be to the cash positive right now, but there will be months where we will get less cash and have more expenditures, and that number will move up and down as the year goes on. I think it's important to note one thing that we are seeing: we continue to have really strong sales taxes. So we're seeing about a 17% year-over-year growth. So that means this time last year, we were about 17% higher. That is about 10%, 10 to 11% ahead of where we were projecting. And I can tell you, for medical and medicinal, medical marijuana and recreational marijuana combined, this is the first year we're tracking them separate. We've gotten about $1 million of revenue through the first, we do it in weeks. So it's through the first 3 months of the year, but it's about right around 9 weeks, 10 weeks worth of data. So it's all in all, it's been a strong year to start. We're seeing about online with trend. So you can see we would expect it to be about 20%. We're right at 20%. And on the revenue side, we'd expect to be around 19. We're right at about 18.5. So that's relatively good news and is not an issue at this point. When we come back in October with the close of the first quarter, we'll have our first projections, and we'll start to look, because we'll have some data and we'll be able to kind of do our first real look at that and analysis. It won't be spot on just because there's not enough data points to do it, but it'll be a good indicator of where we're headed. So as Mike mentioned, we were asked to look at vacancies, and I'm going to go through this table. I'm going to turn it over to Mike. We looked at the general fund vacancies. So in this case, you see in this block is the adopted 21-22 vacant positions. And that is excludes the new positions. And the reason why we exclude the new positions is because we have not had a chance to fill the new positions that were authorized as of July 1st in some cases. So we've excluded them from the conversation just because of the timing issue. We have our vacancies, and then we have our vacancy rates and our projected savings. The projected savings includes the market increases. So this is just based on salary, excludes overtime, but it says based on our payroll, which includes all the market increases we've put into play, this is what our estimated savings is by the end of the year. Okay, so that 11.4 million is in addition to the 30 give or take that we budgeted. So that total would be about 40-ish on a normal year, but because we went ahead and took that savings to pay for the market increases, it's holding true to about what we thought it would. So that's positive. I'll point out a couple of things. Are probably the most, the one thing that probably jumps out is this negative on the fire department. And the reason why that is because the fire department, for all intents and purposes, is really at 100% staffing, about 21 vacants in their sworn staffing. So when we did the market adjustments for the fire department, we knew that they were going to be more than what we had anticipated from a salary perspective. Because remember, we didn't adjust the salaries, we just assumed vacancies. So that is not at all surprising to us, and it's made up by the savings in other areas of the city. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions about this, but we'll include this analysis. Mike and I look at it every week, particularly after payroll. So it'll be updated next week. But after we run a payroll, we take a look at this and kind of go through it. Just keep in mind, it doesn't include overtime. It doesn't include the vacant new positions that were authorized July 1st. Those will be blended in over time, but for now, because we would assume we haven't had a chance to hire them, they're not included in that number. So then I'm going to turn it back to Mike to talk about our vacancy framework, and then we can take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Yates. So, Mayor, members of the council, I think this is a really healthy discussion and an opportunity for us to think about the evolution of how we show vacancies and how we account for them. So, to refresh your memory, 5-6 years ago, we used to have what was called a turnover credit. And in essence, what we would do is we would reduce the amount that we budgeted for for salaries by an expected attrition amount. During the difficulty with some of the budget years, what I suggested and recommended is let's budget for the full amount, because every year we were shortchanging ourselves a little bit. And part of that was overtime, part of that was unforeseen staffing challenges during the year. Now, keep in mind that we have carried in the 400 to 500 range for vacancies for a long time. This is not a new thing, and it's pretty much across the board. It's not in any one area in particular. I'll talk about a couple of them, but keep in mind again that that's been the trend for quite a bit. So part of the conversation then is, where does that money go? How do we use those dollars? Well, in the past, we would use those for fund balance, basically shoring up some of the fund balance opportunities that you've seen over the years. We've also used that to cover expenses in some areas. If you remember, initially we were razor thin on our revenue projections with regard to, sales tax and some of the things that were happening. This is really what got us through the pandemic. I'll use the term unscathed, but that's relevant, right? But really got us through because we were able to have those dollars in our hip pocket. Fast forward, in this year, what I recommended to you as a part of the budget is that we take some of those dollars and use them for market adjustment. So this is how we paid. So if you recall, Jeff mentioned that traditionally we've had about 40 million-ish in salary savings, in vacancy savings on an annual basis. We in essence took about 30 million of that and put it into salaries for the market adjustment. And it was across the board. Everybody received some amount. The minimum, I believe, was 2%, maximum was 15%, although some of those are actually higher because we went back and have done the analysis. But going back to the conversation that I believe Councilmember Santa Cruz suggested, why are we carrying vacancies if we're just leaving the dollars there, and what value comes there? So I went back and looked, and I've got a few ideas that I wanted to present to you. The first is, if we've not actively recruited for a position in a year, then we can move that position to the general government. So keep in mind that because we've used some of those dollars to fund the market adjustment, it's basically just moving the position, but the dollars would stay within that function to pay the market adjustment. So that's one thought. The other is to really look at what happens when we go after recruitments and we're not able to fill positions. So that has happened in IT, that's happened to some extent in police, and what happens at that point? So there's an opportunity for us to, and if you look at and you delve into the detail, you'll see that some of those positions are actually filled by temporaries or by contract labor. So for example, in IT, we have several positions where we brought in contract labor that are actually using those vacancy savings to pay for that cost. So those are some of the things that we're working on with the departments to make sure that we're able to continue down the path of filling positions and making sure that we're not using the contract labor just because it's easier to use than going through the exercise of recruitment. The other piece that I think is important here is we work with the directors, as Jeff mentioned. I work with Jeff weekly. He gives me an update every week on where we are with not only the number of positions, but also where we are with our recruitment strategies. What are the challenges we're seeing out there? How are we able to maintain or account for attrition? So those conversations are ongoing. Really for this discussion today, what I thought I would present is the opportunity to move positions into the general government, basically the accountant side of that, which would be in the general government. Would be an opportunity for us to then identify positions that have been vacant for more than a year, and also those that we're just having trouble filling. And that way the council has a better picture of the dollars associated with that, as opposed to them, we'll say, being allocated into the department or in the department level. So Mayor, I've thrown a lot at you. I'm just trying to let you know this is an opportunity for us to talk through what those strategies might be going forward. Happy to take feedback and questions at this point.
Councilmember Santa Cruz, do you have any questions or comments?
I guess, I mean, I'm interested in the piece around the hard to fill position, so that then I feel like my questions, comments make sense.
Can you elaborate, Mr. Ortega, on the hard to fill positions? What are you thinking in terms of the recruitment strategy and the marketing strategy? And also, you know, we just went through a market analysis. We just adjusted to market. What is the plan as we move forward with those hard to fill positions? And when do we decide that there's a certain amount of positions or vacancies or much more positions that are really fillable in a particular department?
Sure, Mayor, thank you. And I appreciate the question and really delving into this. This is a real important component of this whole discussion, which is just because we have a vacancy does not mean that we don't have the need or don't want to fill it. Sometimes it's very difficult to fill them. So I'll use IT as an example, and it applies to TPD and communications as well. Those tend to be the most difficult to fill for a lot of reasons. One of them is market. Okay, now I will tell you, we're not seeing that as much of a problem as we did 3-4 months ago before we made the market adjustment. But clearly that's still a challenge, particularly in the IT. It seems like we're all chasing salaries there. The others, not so much. I mean, I think we were way behind on commo. I think we were way behind on some of the public safety and TPD. We brought them up commensurate with market. We may have a different conversation 2 or 3 years from now, but I don't think that dollars are a problem in those areas. Okay, so then it really becomes a conversation around the chemistry and the work environment and making sure that people know that these opportunities exist, hence the marketing. So we have actually started the recruitment for an internal, I believe it's a recruiter, I'll use that term loosely, a recruiter to help us with that, which has 2 components. It's got the market piece, so it's, how do we advertise, how do we make sure that we're out there letting people know, but also dissecting what the future workforce looks like. And one of the pieces that we've honed in on is, what does that future employee need in order to not only come into work for us, but also stay here and be a productive part of our team. That's not just folks that aren't here, but it's also addressing the retention strategies as well. So we are working directly with the departments. We're working with outside vendors as well on recruitments, but it really is a more holistic view of the need for us to put emphasis on that future chemistry, that future environment by which we can then sell, if you will, on the open market for people to A, want to stay here, and B, come to work with us. I hope that answers your question. I'm trying to give you a lot of detail in a very short period of time.
Okay, so could city manager, could you elaborate how are you, like, what's going to be the definition for hard to fill positions, and who's going to make the determination that they're hard to fill? And then I'm also wondering about like just the proposed costs of, like, are we going to hire a consultant for the marketing and recruitment piece, or are we going to create a position for that within city government to help with that?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Santa Cruz, thank you for the question there. So the marketing will mostly be done internally, although we are going to look for external help where needed. And so in some of these areas, the marketers or the recruiters can help us go out and beat the bushes. And so not across the board, but certainly working with the departments, we can identify what needs to happen in order to resonate with that future workforce. So that's the first piece. The second piece, which was actually your first question, is we really looked at it as 2 failed attempts. So if we go through and we advertise and we're not able to fill a position, we kind of flag that as a difficult position to fill. And we have plenty of those where we'll go down the path, we'll give it a shot twice, and then identify it as and flag it as a difficult to fill position. Does that help you?
Yes, I'm also interested though on like the HR piece, that sometimes like what's the HR side of like maybe we're letting people kind of fall through the cracks that would be, you know, good candidates because of some of those processes. So I'm just wanting to make sure that like as we're like that some of that might be internal too, why we're not, you know, filling some of those positions and like what's going to be done about that. And then I guess like really my last comment is like, I guess wanting to have some clarity around what are the positions that, like, in being realistic of what we can actually, who we can actually employ at, you know, any given time, then that we're not like over budgeting, you know, for positions that are never actually going to get filled. So when do we get a realistic picture so that then maybe that money goes, you know, towards general government or to other areas that can get filled?
So thank you, Mayor, Councilmember Santa Cruz. Thank you. That's a good point. So first of all, the internal processes, you're absolutely right. And I have challenged the staff to really look at our, you know, kind of our bureaucracy. So I'll give you some examples and not to air dirty laundry, but just to walk you through the challenges that we oftentimes have. Sometimes because of the processes that we have in place, we are slower to react and make offers than other organizations on the private sector side. And so we might lose someone because it's taken us time to get approvals and go through all of the internal processes. So I've challenged the staff to think about how we can shorten that time frame up, not just because of the opportunity for the department director to get his need or her need filled, but also our ability to compete against the private sector. So those are some things that we're doing, absolutely challenging the staff to make sure that our internal processes remain flexible within the civil service rules. That's another little caveat there. But clearly that flexibility to bring folks in the door is extremely important and do it quickly. The second part of it is, you know, I think you used the term realistic projections in staffing. Absolutely. As we go through this year and we're tracking and I start to move positions into general government, by the end of the fiscal year, you'll have an idea, right? We'll have these that have been vacant for more than a year, or we've had trouble recruiting and we just won't be able to fill them the way we had thought. And you'll have a picture of that as we prepare for next year's budget. Then you can make a conscious decision on where you want to allocate those dollars accordingly. That's my thought at this point.
That's a really good thought, because we can't just continue pushing it into cash carry forward without having a conversation as to one, which departments are we having the trouble in and why? And do we need to look at readjusting that pay? And then two, mayor and council should be able to have a conversation as to where we use those funds instead of pushing into cash carry forward. Or do we want to pave more roads? Do we want to invest more in neighborhood reinvestment? Do we want to put more money into youth employment opportunities, etc.? I did see the vice mayor's hand up. I don't know if she had to jump off or we lost her, but council member, are you here? Are you here, Vice
I'm
Mayor?
under Teresa because my other teams crashed on me, but I am here. I just wanted to thank everyone for the thought process and how we address the vacancy component of this. With respect to some of the IT stuff in general, you know, and Mayor, you were there and the city manager was at the economic forum, hearing the message that talent acquisition is the name of the game. And it really is, and salary becomes really important, especially when when culture issues need to be addressed. And so I think that it's really valuable that we continue to look at what we can do for our culture to make this a place that people want to work, want to come to work, and want to stay working here, because people will stay if it's a great culture, because people work for people. So that's one piece of it. And then just doing some quick research during this conversation and looking at the City of Tucson job postings. I'm really curious to see if there's another list somewhere of all of the vacancies that we have, because I don't know if that's reflected in our current list of openings or not, because it doesn't look like there's a lot publicly posted. And I'm just curious what the differential or the difference is on what's actually vacant versus what's posted as an open requisition.
So Mayor, Vice Mayor Lee, great question and great catch. So some of the positions that we show as vacant here are actually filled with temporary employees or with contract labor. And so part of what we are doing based on this exercise is scrubbing that, because it's not fair to show something as a vacancy that is in fact used in another capacity. So either it's used as a temp or as a contract labor. But keeping in mind that the position is still vacant in that we don't have a full-time employee in it, but we may be using that in a different way. So I will scrub that data for you, and I can actually give you that analysis, because we're working on that now. And this has been, like I said, it's been a good exercise for us to really get an understanding of what that chemistry looks like in terms of full-time employees versus what I'll call contract labor or temporary labor used to fill those needs that we have elsewhere.
Thank you. Any other questions, Vice Mayor?
Negative. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
I have a question, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Fimbres and then Councilmember Cunningham.
Michael, why I see Suntran Transportation, I know they're different, they're what, outside services, but they're not listed, employees not listed, but environmental services is. And neither is the transportation, only has 3 employees that are listed in there. And human resources is not listed. What's the logic of this?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. So first of all, the Suntran would not be listed here. They are not considered city employees. Those are contract. We have a contract with a provider, with a vendor to basically provide that service for us. I will tell you that we struggle, I should say they struggle with filling positions. We have a lot of vacancies. I know Councilmember Kazacek, Councilmember Santa Cruz, you've asked about working with the school district in the past to maybe help and shore up some of the bus driver shortage that they have. I can tell you that we are really struggling, trying to help, but really trying to keep our staffing level up to a level that will get those services out. So that's the first thing. The second is, it just depends on the area. So for example, in HR, I don't know that we have any vacancies to speak of right this minute. A lot of them are in process or under review for filling. Some of the other areas that we do struggle with, which are not necessarily listed as obvious, are equipment operators. We do continue to struggle with that class in terms of filling them and keeping them, keeping our positions filled.
So what about water department? It's not listed also.
Yeah, Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, again, that's the water fund. So that's part of it. Those are enterprise funds. So that's a little different. I was focusing mostly.
Get zinc for them.
I'm sorry?
They're not listed. I know we consider enterprise funds, but we're still responsible for them overall. We get zinc when people still say Suntran and water departments, and people are still attacking us for this. They know it's under the city of Tucson.
Yes, sir, Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, absolutely. And so the focus is really on the general fund for this discussion, although we are having trouble in filling those positions. That was my point about the environmental services group. I can provide you that information. I don't have that in my fingertips. I was focused on the general fund, but I'm happy to provide information on the other funds as well. I can do that.
Now, how are we getting the message out about departments that need staffing? I know plan development are always complaining about lack of inspectors, lack of callbacks on permitting and things like that. That's just one department. Also, we get a lot of different ones. Are we doing a study or a survey on what kind of complaints we're getting from the citizens out there to talk about? Every time I want to start a business here and I get a permit, but nobody returns my call.
Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, so I think there's a couple of issues there. One is the level of service delivery, right? But then the other is the actual staffing model, and those aren't necessarily the same. They're related, but not necessarily the same thing. With regard to the service delivery, as I mentioned to you before, as you get complaints, if you could pass them along, we certainly can address them and deal with them. But more fundamentally to the staffing model itself, we actually, as I mentioned, are hiring recruiters internally, or a recruiter internally. We're organizing ourselves. Again, traditionally, the focus has been giving that responsibility to the departments. And the departments oftentimes don't have that type of expertise. And so I have challenged HR to develop that piece instead of just processing the paperwork or processing the request. It's actually starting to think strategic in how we fill those positions. That's really been the focal point that we're really pushing at this point.
And are we prepared for the eviction? Madam Mayor, I have one more question. Are we prepared when the evictions hit? Sorry, evictions, do we have somebody that'll be able to answer the questions or meet the needs of these people that are close to being evicted? That's a concern that a lot of people, there's a lot of anxiety, a lot of depression out there because people are already being told by their landlords they're gonna have to move. And there's, you know, we had this discussion yesterday, Michael, that at 5 o'clock, there's nobody to answer the phones when constables evict them at 4:45. And it's a weekend, it's Friday night. What's going to happen on Friday night, Saturday, and Sunday before Monday at 8 o'clock somebody shows up if they're lucky?
Mayor, Councilman Fimbres, yes, sir, you did mention that. And as I mentioned to you, we are looking at our model for ensuring that we do have people available to answer the phones. I'm going to look at how we can structure it. So maybe there's even an after hours call. We do have a presence in some areas. Maybe we can figure out a way to do that. So I've got some thoughts on that we're exploring with the staff, and I'll get back to you on that. By the way, just keep in mind, which I should have caught and I didn't, BSD, you know, the Business Services Department includes procurement, HR, and finance. So all of those are lumped in together. And so that's why I think what you were looking at was that list, and that's where that is in there, okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Cunningham?
Just a couple of things, and I wanted to do this when we have this opportunity. I'm really glad to hear that financially we're seeing the sales tax increase revenue come in strong and put us in a probably an enviable position financially, despite not being able to find enough workers to fill our workforce needs. I think that trend will shift at some point. But more importantly, and I hate because it's so boring, but if we are going to project some extra funds next year, please put it in the back of your minds to consider committing part of that to debt service retirement. The utility bonds we have, some of the cops we have, the higher interest cops we have that are left over that are 6-7 years out, we might be able to afford to pay off penalty free. Look, I know it's really wonky and it's not a headline grabbing thing, but it's actually about fiscal responsibility. When you have opportunities like this, long-term debt reduction is one of those things that us as policymakers always ignore because we go, oh, we can build this and we can do that and we can do this. We forget about some of those other things. So I just want you to put that in your memory banks because I know I'm about 80 to 88% positive that come January and February, I'll be talking about it again. All right.
Thank you, Councilmember Cunningham. I appreciate it. I agree. the city of Tucson continues to be in a very strong financial position, and that's thanks to the efforts of this governing body and our administrators as well. And we have to give credit to the federal dollars that were sent in through CARES that helped fill a lot of gaps, especially with our transit systems, with our emergency human services funds, as well as federal dollars that we used for the for providing first responders, public safety, et cetera, that we use CARE dollars for. Now, because there are labor shortages throughout the country, I think that what we're seeing as well in terms of attracting and retaining talent to the city of Tucson, it's just a microcosm of what is happening throughout the country in terms of talent. And I agree with the vice mayor that as we move forward in the city of Tucson, what makes our city so great is the human resources that we have, and being able to attract and retain talent in every level of our city is very, very important. And so that's why I want to make sure that I reiterate that where we're having problem issues, right, the hard to find, and the departments where we're having difficulty attracting talent. I'm thinking IT, I'm thinking public safety communications, and our transit operators, as well as in environmental services department, and in TPD. We have to really review what's working, what's not, and what are acceptable, what's an acceptable pay, and what's an acceptable amount of workers for that particular department. Is the job getting done? Are people overworked and underpaid? So those are the things that we have to review every year. And I agree with my colleague, Councilmember Cunningham, in terms of paying off debt. But the reverse is that it's a perfect time to borrow because of the percentage of interest rates are historically low. So anyway, conversation worth having. Any other of my colleagues have any questions or comments on this item? Alrighty, I don't think we do. Thank you so much for the report, Jeff, and thank you, Mr. Ortega. Good news, good news. Thank you. So we move on to the next item. What I've decided that we do is we move item 8 before item 7, so that we talk about the process and in the implementation plan of Move Tucson, and make sure that we're hearing what the vision of what Tucson residents have given direction on with the pretty exhaustive process of Move Tucson. We talk about the implementation plan, and then we talk about a particular RTA project, which is on the First Avenue. So we're going to start with item 8 first, if that's okay with you, Mr. Ortega?
It is, Mayor.
All right. So at item 8, time has been set aside for an update on Move Tucson and discussion of the draft implementation plan and RTA next draft project submission. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. This is really a continuation of an ongoing conversation. I believe this is the 3rd time that this topic's been before you. It's really starts to set the stage for a recommendation to you to then obviously send to the RTA for inclusion in future potential asks of the voter. but more importantly, it really identifies the needs that are, again, identified by the voter or by the residents of Tucson. And I think it was a great process. I think the outcome is one that's very robust in terms of addressing a variety of different transportation issues and interests that the residents have. So with that, I'll turn it over to Diana, who will introduce the team and make a brief presentation.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council, and thank you, City Manager. Appreciate this opportunity to bring the implementation plan back before you, as well as we've provided a suggested RTA framework and project list. So with that, I would like to turn it over to Patrick and ask him if he could please share his screen so that we can give you a quick overview, and then we'll open it up for conversation. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Diana. Honorable Mayor, Madam, members of the City Council, thank you very much for the opportunity to give you a brief update today on the Move Tucson implementation plan. So very briefly, you should be well aware at this point, we've spoken on this matter a number of times, but Move Tucson is the City of Tucson's transportation master plan, ultimately identifying a list of projects and funding recommendations for how to advance Tucson's transportation vision over the next 20 years. And what we're bringing today is the final kind of key element of the overall Move Tucson planning process, where we're really translating what we've heard from the community, what we've learned through our technical analysis, into more of a financial exercise, where we look at the trade-offs between how to invest both in the named corridor projects, as well as the systemic needs that don't necessarily have a specific project name attached to them, but are well-known needs in the community and things that we've heard from residents throughout this 2-year process. So the draft implementation plan identifies the overall cost to fully implement Move Tucson over a 20-year planning horizon, including both kind of capital investments as well as some operating recommendations. It is not a cost-constrained plan. So we identified the overall kind of citywide need, and then we went through a prioritization exercise where we looked at those trade-offs between different types of investments. And a lot of that happened through both the prioritization of the location-specific projects, as well as the exercise through the implementation plan, where we looked at the overall system-wide funding needs. So this is the first time where we're actually bringing those two elements together, where we're comparing like a complete streets project on a major corridor to kind of the trade-off with increasing funding for transit operations. The plan, the implementation plan, and all of the recommendations are based on community priorities, review of existing plans, as well as what we've learned from the technical analysis that we've done as part of this planning process. And ultimately, I think what we're coming out with is something that is achievable, but it is ambitious. It does push us to kind of aim high in our transportation budgeting and what we want to invest in this community. And I'll show that to you in a moment. So what we did through this exercise is we identified 7 specific kind of transportation categories. A number of these are kind of simplification and consolidation of a lot of the programs that we operate in the Department of Transportation for the purposes of kind of communicating out what the intents of Move Tucson are. So we've identified the network improvements that are location specific. There are 235 specific projects identified in Move Tucson that have defined cross streets and very high level descriptions of what that project looks like. We've also identified pavement and maintenance repair needs, safety projects and programs, public transportation service improvements, sidewalk and pedestrian accessibility improvements, traffic signal technology upgrades, and neighborhood scale improvements. So if we collapse down kind of our funding of programs to our current budget, you can see how we are currently expending funds in the department looking at the FY22 budget. About 40%, 41% of our investment goes into location-specific network improvements. That's your Broadway project that's under construction, Grant Road that's under design, downtown links. Followed by public transportation service improvements. That's the cost to operate and maintain our buses. And then pavement repair and maintenance. And then some of these smaller categories, which I'll get into. As I've mentioned, the 235 specific projects. This was something we went through earlier in the Move Tucson process, but are pulling it in here now. We've identified these totaling about $5.75 billion and went through a prioritization effort based on what we heard from the community, the guiding principles of the Move Tucson plan, and established tier 1, 2, and 3 priorities, which you can see here. and what we use to draw from the RTA recommendation project list that we shared as part of the packet. So looking at the overall need for Move Tucson, we estimate over 20 years about $13.1 billion in total need. 5.7 billion of that would be for those specific projects that I showed on the previous slide. And then we've got a number of system-wide improvements, including 1.5 billion for pavement, 280 million for neighborhood street improvements. That's not pavement per se, it's more about kind of neighborhood-driven concepts of, you know, sidewalk fills, safety improvements, traffic calming, lighting, things like that. The neighborhood scale pavement was actually captured under the pavement repair and maintenance. That it's inclusive of all of our streets. A number of other categories, and then we've got public transportation service improvements at 4.6 billion, which would be the cost to implement the entire recommendations for the 20-year horizon to increase frequency on our buses consistent with the long-range regional transit plan. But as I mentioned, this is not a cost-constrained plan or exercise at that point. So what we did is we developed 3 different scenarios looking at kind of these investment levels and what that would cost on an annual basis to implement. So if we look at that big number I just showed you, annualized, that's about $757 million per year to implement the full Move Tucson vision over 20 years. And again, that's really just an expression of need. If we look at our current funding levels, what we're showing here on the bottom, it would be the amount that's required just to maintain what we're currently doing. And what this graph is actually showing you is the gap between our current level of investment, expressed here at the 0 level in 2023, to where it would take just to maintain that investment level. What's happening, what we're showing is that a number of significant transportation funding sources are set to expire over the next 7 years, including Prop 101 for street maintenance, RTA sales tax in 2026, Prop 407 in 2028. So even to maintain our current level of investment, we're going to need to look to extend or replace those significant funding sources. As I mentioned about Move Tucson kind of being ambitious and achievable, what we did is we came up with this mid-tier scenario, which recommends a number of significant increases in specific categories that were identified in those 7 categories to increase funding for transportation, looking at about $388 million. So if we compare that to what we're currently spending in our transportation system, this shows that change between now and the Move Tucson recommendation. So about a 50% increase in the kind of capital corridor projects, 50% increase in transit operations, 20% in maintenance repair, et cetera, et cetera. And this is just that expressed then kind of as a distribution across those 7 categories about how that funding could be distributed, because we recognize that in the near term, we're not going to be hitting those numbers, but this can be useful guidance in thinking about as we go through our budgeting exercises as we prepare for our investments. I think the next step we need to look at is to identify a number of potential funding sources on how to close that gap. So we're anticipating some increased federal funding coming through the infrastructure bill that's currently under discussion. We'll continue to pursue all discretionary grant opportunities, looking at opportunities for reallocating potentially some of our existing transportation funding, and always looking for local partnerships, potentially in the private sector. Pursuing local transportation funding initiatives like Prop 407, like Prop 101, and then also, considering the regional transportation funding initiative. So this, what we're showing here then, is actually an expression of how we could interpret the Move Tucson takeaways, for example, in engaging with the RTA Next process. So what I'm showing here is that for kind of the sake of illustration, we have estimated that potentially $2.1 billion in revenue for RTA Next, similar to what the current plan was built on. When we compare what the collections are of sales tax in the city of Tucson versus what the collections are from the RTA, about 66% is happening in the city of Tucson. So what we've done is we've taken those categories, we've condensed a couple to be more consistent with the RTA structure, and recognizing that we're looking at kind of regional scale, and then applied that value, kind of what would be a reasonable framework for engaging with the RTA based on our collections in the city and the Move Tucson framework. So it's something for council to consider, and one of the ways we are looking to potentially apply what we've learned through the Move Tucson process. Additionally, we shared with you a number of specific corridor projects that are consistent with the initial RTA request or call for projects. and we're looking to take any direction, guidance, or comments on those today as well, at the council's pleasure. So where we are with Move Tucson is, this is kind of the final stop, looking at cleaning up the implementation plan. Come October, we want to package this all together, finalize the full Move Tucson plan, bring it to the Complete Streets Coordinating Council for approval before bringing it back to council as a complete document for final recommendation and discussion. With that, Honorable Mayor, I can turn it back over to Diana or any questions.
Yeah, I'd like to hear from Diana, and we might just ask you, Patrick, to put some of the frames back up. Just for reference. So Diana, I know that Move Tucson process has been exhaustive, and there has been thousands of hours and thousands of City of Tucson residents' voices that have become part of what we have in front of us. So can you talk a little bit more about how we arrived at the different categories, which is the framework? And then I would love to be able to, after questions or other comments from our colleagues, I would love to be able to have a conversation about what, based on the input from citizens of Tucson, what the framework for our needs are as we move forward with the possibility of having an RTA next.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. Patrick, can you go to slide number 12 for me?
Yep.
Perfect, thank you. So Mayor, as you may remember, and Council, the several times we've come before y'all, was sort of kind of sharing with you what our community has shared with us every time we've done an outreach. And also, I just want to remind Mayor and Council that during COVID, we actually stopped and used an entire different outreaching process to make sure that we were actually capturing the voice of our most vulnerable community as well. And we did that the old-fashioned way through telephone, picking up the phone and calling folks and making sure that we were getting that information about. And so based on all of this input that we received from the community over this past year and a half, we pretty much have set it up into these different categories of what our community told us, this is where we want your focus to be. So pavement and maintenance was a really important, it kind of really led the conversation. Safety was another really important element of our community. Public transit was also a very important element that came out of it. Then I would have to say bicycle and pedestrian accessibility improvements, and then just the overall improvement to the network as whole and how that all gets pulled in together. And then a traffic signal is also a request that we heard through different elements about modernizing our traffic signals to help improve the capacity movement of vehicles and other modes on the roadway. So we took that information that we received through the community, and that's how we came up with this framework for consideration based on that input that we received from the community. So this is pretty much really in line with what we heard from our community of how and what they want us to do and where they want us to focus our emphasis as we build out the transportation system.
Thank you, Diana. So there is this possibility of having this particular framework, the City of Tucson Potential RTA Next request. This is what we need based on community input and based on the infrastructure needs, which are the numbers that Patrick talked about. What was it, $7 billion? I'm $10 billion, I think it was. Which I'm happy that we need, we need to think about it as a layered approach. We have Prop 101, 407, federal possibility of federal grants that we can apply for as well. So, I do want to talk about this particular slide as something that we could possibly establish the framework of our needs and send it to the RTA board for acceptance and review. And then there's also the request that the RTA has made of the city of Tucson, just like it did of every jurisdiction. They requested that every jurisdiction submit a $600 million list of projects that could potentially be RTA projects. And that's what you've added in attachment 2 of our paperwork. So I just want to open it up. I love this framework for the request based on our needs and the input from our community, but I do want to open it up for my colleagues on the council to ask questions or have their comments listened to. Any of my colleagues? I do see the Vice Mayor. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to acknowledge everyone's time and effort that went into putting this together. As the Mayor said, I know it was significant time on behalf of the city staff and the neighborhoods and the communities in general. One concern that I have is really relative to the map. I don't know if you're able to move up to the slide with the map on it or not, but I actually asked a person who's not a city nerd like we are to look at the map and to look on the southeast corner and tell me what they see. And the response was there's not a whole lot going on out in this area. And just being the representative of Ward 4, that's some of my concerns. And when I dove in to look at the project list specifically, there's tier 3 projects, a lot of them out in the ward. And after seeing what we're seeing with RTA and running out of money, it's concerning to me if we intend to get people out here to vote on something even with what they've seen with other projects potentially not moving forward and seeing these at the bottom of a 20-year project list. I don't feel that we have geographic, priority potentially here on the southeast side and in Ward 4 as the rest of the wards have. So that's something that I would like to explore a little bit more before we have a final list. I know this is a living document. We hear that a lot, but my team has spent hours with the Transportation and Mobility Department, and the needle is not moving forward for us out here. So I think there's still work to do on this project list so that all of the wards have skin in the game and will realize value from this effort.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Diana, I just want to make sure that I give you the opportunity to answer the concern of the Vice Mayor in terms of the investment in Ward 4 and the east and southeast side.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Vice Mayor Lee. When we actually set up the tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3, it was based on the prioritization list that was previously approved by mayor and council. So we understand that a lot of the projects out there actually fell to the 2nd or 3rd tier. So our recommendation would be is perhaps that we go back and look at this, that we would adjust where they fall based on funding availability. So some of there is RTA dollars available, then that would actually move that up to a tier 1. So that was one of the thought processes, that we would be able to actually move the needle a little bit for that. Or if there is going to be development going into place, that would also advance that particular project up closer to a tier 1 versus it being a tier 2 or tier 3. But when we actually did put together the tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 as what is on the map, it was based on mayor and council's, the way they had priorly established how we would actually go through and prioritize all the projects. So that would be a suggestion that we would actually be happy to look into to see how that would actually change the picture frame a little bit more. If the Vice Mayor is comfortable with that approach, and mayor and council as well.
Yeah, and I also want to make sure that we're also thinking about these are the location-specific projects, but I also want us to think about the other investments that we're looking at in terms of pavement preservation and residential road repair. and other federal possibilities for investment in the different areas of the city. So I do see council, lots of hands up, Councilmember Santa Cruz, and then we head over to Councilmember Cunningham, and then Councilmember Kasachik. Go ahead, Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I mean, just a quick thought on the map and the prioritization. My understanding that part of the recommendation from Complete Streets, the committee was around having an equity index for which ones got prioritized in the list. And so like what I see a lot of is like Ward 3 and Ward 5. And I get, and that's understanding. There's obviously a lot of challenges and aging infrastructure in that area. And we just had a bike ride there last Friday, and it really is the freeway and the railroad tracks, are really challenging to navigate in the community. So I see why it's so, important that we invest in a lot of these like safety components. I know that a lot of work it has been going into Move Tucson. I continue to want to talk about it as a living document because the zip codes in my district were the ones who least, got to respond in the survey. And I have shared with DTM that a lot of the feedback that we got from knocking on doors, we want to be able to kind of compile a matrix of what those transportation related issues and areas were so that we can give that feedback and it can be taken into consideration as far as like projects and priorities. The things that, we kept hearing about was like resurfacing for our roads is like the #1 priority, especially neighborhood residential streets. So I want to make sure that that's really at the forefront. I continue to want to push for more opportunities and more investment for people to use transit, to walk, to have that kind of connectivity, and also for folks to be able to ride their bike safely throughout our corridors. The other piece that I don't see on here, and I don't know where that conversation is, but a lot of what we heard that neighbors were concerned about were lighting issues and like safety issues related to lighting. So where does like investment around lighting and maybe some of like the slow streets piece, like where does that come in? Otherwise, I just, want to, thank DTM for, continuing to take, all this feedback and create a vision for how we invest on our roadways.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Cunningham, and then Councilmember Kasachik, and then Councilmember Fimbre.
I got a few thoughts on this. Number one, I know that we have a lot of different specific projects. It's probably a little after the fact, but this week in meeting, we may have some projects that are located near schools that are safety first. In other words, where the right-of-way just isn't proper for kids walking or biking home. And I'd like to see if we can do our best. Again, we don't have to get too hardcore. We can just ask staff, do your best to make those as priority as we can. We want to keep kids safe in their commutes from school. So that was one. And that came up this week. So it was an interesting, and I want to give a shout out to Diana and her team for responding and helping address it. The second piece is I think we should probably plan 2 tracks. I think we should plan to do this in conjunction with the RTA. And we should also plan some type of contingency for the scenario of doing it by ourselves. And so if we're not going to, we may not have, we don't know what's going to happen with the RTA. They are really a question mark right now. So I just want to say that if we want to implement this program the way we want to do it, we probably want to game it out both ways, in conjunction with the RTA and without them. That's it.
So you would want to see Councilmember Cunningham like a plan A, plan B approach.
Exactly. Absolutely.
Okay.
We need to be able to maximize what we're trying to do and what our goals are for Move Tucson with or without the RTA. I don't understand why we're actually talking about I don't know. I just don't know if it's the best decision. Excuse me. Sorry, everybody. I'm still at work.
It's okay.
So
It's okay.
Bottom line is that yeah, exactly. A plan A and plan B, but you understand my point. I mean, we don't know what the RTA is going to do. They are a big question mark on what kind of plans we're going to have, how they affect this, as we've seen in the last 10 years, is so profound, and sometimes to our detriment. So we've just got to be aware of if we're coexisting with them and they got a good plan and it's in the best interest of Tucson, that's great. But if they come up with essentially the same type of voting structure and stuff they did 20 years ago, I don't know if they're going to be around. So that's kind of where I'm at.
Understandable. Councilmember Kosacek and then Councilmember Fuentes.
Thanks. I'm going to head in that direction too. First of all, but let me first comment on the Move Tucson presentation. The allocations, I'm going to agree with some of the other comments for pavement repair. I believe is currently underfunded. You know, we hear it all the time. But you have on your project list funding this 100% of the high capacity transit. And that is so often through federal grants that our piece, as you show in your project funding, really should only be our match, so that we free up those dollars for other projects. And so for the purposes of this presentation and our planning, I would suggest that we balance the pavement preservation with some of those local dollars, reduce the transit allocation, so it's really only showing our local match to the extent that we can predict that match to the federal funding, that is. So that would be one comment. Piggybacking on, and that's not to short shrift the transit piece. It's just a more appropriately show on this. What are we going to be responsible for, and what's another funding pot going to be responsible for? Because I'm assuming this is supposed to show what, what's coming out of our piggy bank. Secondly, you were looking at about $200 million annually. We're likely not going to get there out of our own funding allocations, but piggybacking on what Paul just said, we have Prop 101 that's going to expire right now. It's only allocated 40% to transportation, to roadways. We allocate all of that. That's $50 million to roadways. That's $50 million. We also have another, if we were to take that half-cent RTA and propose increasing 101, Prop 101 to a full penny, that's now we're at $100 million, and we dedicate all of that annually for our own stuff. So that's another thought. The project list itself, outside of downtown, there is one Ward 6 project, but I understand that what you're focusing on there is really corridors, and the residential road repair needs are really where my head's at. So unlike Nikki, and I totally understand what your concerns are for the east side, for the Midtown area, we're not looking for more corridors and arterials. We're looking for the road repair. Primarily residential, so I'm not particularly bothered by the the fact that we got one corridor project. Where I am concerned, though, and this is similar to what Lane was suggesting, is categorical funding, things such as safety, the multimodal, the bikes, the pedestrians, the hawk lights. That in the pavement preservation is what I'd like to see get balanced more appropriately as the project list gets refined. But here's my concern is, you know, we have these priorities, and we should be formalizing our Prop 101 list. We need to identify how that move Tucson, RTA next, all of that is coordinated, and it's really not clear right now. We're kind of juggling all three of these balls in the air. And so that February 1st deadline that we put in place for the for our decision on RTA next, that's our deadline too. You know, we can't just withdraw from the RTA if we don't have our own act together. And you know, this is a great framework for 20 years, but what we really need more than just these general ideas about Move Tucson. We need a well-framed project list. We need a funding plan, how that coordinates with Prop 101. So while it's a nice long-term game plan, you know, we have our own decisions to make, and we need to own that February 1st deadline too, in terms of, all right, if we draw that line in the sand for them, are we ready to promote and to execute our own transportation plan, and including all of these elements. And I do want to make a couple of comments, because Paul, I think, correctly brought this up about the RTA. Last Thursday, there was an RTA board meeting that finally agendized and discussed some of our concerns, and I was able to see parts of it. And you know, we ought to throw holy water on Rahina for having to sit through the 4 hours of the grilling she took. Weighted voting was finally one of the topics of conversation, and that we've been asking for. And the RTA provided some data that showed, I believe, over the last decade, that fewer than 10 votes were not unanimous. And their point was, therefore, why do you need weighted voting? Well, the flip side of that is that if so many of these are unanimous votes, then what's your reluctance? You know, what are you making such a fuss about if about one time a year, you know, the vote becomes contested? But here's the deal, is that last week at that meeting, there was a perfect example of why that option and the weighted voting matters. There was a significant contested vote. The PAG Regional Council had an agenda item to approve the PAG Title VI implementation plan. Now that's sort of mumbo jumbo, but what that plan does is two primary things. It outlines the manner in which PAG's federally funded activities comply with both the 1964 Civil Rights Act and the 1994 Executive Order on Environmental Justice. Mayor Romero was the sole dissenting vote on that. Why does that matter? Because the city of Tucson is the PAG jurisdiction that is most significantly affected by Title VI. And that vote was disenfranchised last week. And it's a perfect example of where over 50% of the regional population is having their voice ignored on what is primarily our issue. Arlie Adkins put together a wonderful PowerPoint, and he one frame says that Tucson's 11% of the regional council represents 52% of the region's population, 46% are veterans, 56% are workers, and he goes on and lists all this out. And in fact, we have 7 PAG jurisdictions who comprise less than 15% of the regional population, and they have an equal voice of ours. So even a veto authority or proportional representation, which is what a couple of the speakers last week were talking about, add a couple of council members, add a supervisor, that would help. But last week really made our point that proportional representation, and as I understand it, that could be a change in their bylaws and not have to go through new state legislation. That's something that we really need to be holding their feet to the fire, and I'm glad that they finally brought it up last night. Some of the questioning seemed, the pieces that I was able to watch, some of the questioning seemed more like members throwing up roadblocks than really having a serious effort to address the issues that we've been raising. And I guess why not, right? I mean, if I'm Sarita or if I'm Marana and I'm winning, you know, why would I want to change the process? You know, that's been working in my favor for so long. You know, I think you saw in the Star yesterday, you know, Honey from Marana calling the city of Tucson a bunch of bullies. Well, you know, his comments last week were quite frankly dismissive, and they were condescending. You know, Marana has half the population of any individual ward in the city. And he's 5% of the Readiness population, and he's been acting like a chihuahua that's yipping at a shepherd. And, you know, we've been tolerating it, and now we're demanding some respect. And I think that Readiness did a great job last week of standing their ground and saying, look, we want this conversation. This whole notion of proportional representation or voting, it's, you know, Miranda's acting like Rhode Island being asked to eliminate the electoral college. Well, why would they, right? A couple of more things, and I'll stop. It was about that meeting. Rex Scott wanted to know, and he's the representative of Pima County. He wanted to know why we landed on February 1st as our line in the sand. Well, it's very simple, and it's what I said a couple of minutes ago, is that we have our own decisions to make. And our decisions that we have to make related to Prop 101 and move Tucson, and those are time sensitive. Because Prop 101 sunsets itself, middle of next year. He also wanted to know what it looks like if the city of Tucson pulls out. You know, what's that going to look like? And I was a little bit put off because, you know, frankly, this is the first time we've had this conversation, and he wants to know what the finish line is going to look like. For me, if we pull out of RTA next, my conversation with my constituents is going to be that we want to make sure that if we're not carved out of that tax, then to my constituents and City of Tucson residents, you're paying for that and you're getting zero in terms of the tax impact. So I'll close it up with this. A change in the weighted voting, as I understand it, if it's a weighted voting change, will require a change in state statute. But if you simply change the number of representatives, so for proportional representation, that's something the RTA can do by changing their own bylaws. And at present, it was clear to me from the grilling that the mayor took last week that we have one ally, maybe. And therefore, Rex, yes, under these conditions, we have no incentive to keep supporting such a flawed process. And I think the next, and Rahina, you can correct me if I'm wrong, I think the next meeting is in December. So how are you taking this seriously if you have, what, 4 meetings in a year? And if that body is really about collaboration, you know, condescending and dismissive meetings like that need to end. Finally, all those kinds of meetings do is galvanize this group, and they need to understand that. And if their executive director can't manage those meetings in a more professional manner, then maybe he needs to be replaced. So I'm on board with what Paul is suggesting. We really need to get our act together, though, by our own deadline, so that we can point to, here's our game plan. And so I totally appreciate all the work that's gone into this, but we really need to start fine-tuning it. And sorry for the ramble, but.
No, thank you, Councilmember Kozachik. And no, actually, my colleagues on the RTA board, specifically Ted Maxwell, that represents the ADOT board, and Rex Scott, that represents Pima County, really want to have from here through February monthly meetings in response to our concerns. And you know, I agree with you. It was a difficult conversation that we'd had to have, and I had been requesting the items on the RTA board agendas for some time. We had to put it in writing for months in order for these items to be discussed at the PAG RTA board. And, you know, systems, specifically unfair systems, are hard to change. But, you know, I believe that my colleagues on the council, our city manager, our Department of Transportation and Mobility team, we're all on the same page. And it's important that the residents of the city of Tucson get their fair and equitable share in terms of the representation on the PAG and RTA board. Part of the motion as written and submitted to the city clerk by both you and Councilmember Ulick were to direct the city manager and the city attorney to look at different models and different options and how we can change either through bylaws, through the PAG, or through Arizona statutes. So, you know, I too agree that we should have a plan A and plan B. Ideally, as the mayor of the city and wanting to work in a regional manner, ideally, I would want to be able to have conversations at the PAG RTA and figure out a way to have the city of Tucson participate in both PAG and RTA next. I think it's important for all of us in the region to hold hands on issues of infrastructure, especially as they pertain to economic development opportunities for this region. And so ideally for me, it is my ethos, as you all know me so well for the last, some of you, 20 years, I would prefer that we have a collaborative process that is fair and equitable, and that we could have, and that we can remain at PAG, RTA, and RTA next. That is my wish. But hearing all of you and in my own thoughts, and in hearing the presentation by Dr. Arlie Atkins, which, by the way, some of my colleagues on the RTA board suggested that, you know, the city of Tucson had seen that presentation and in one way, shape, or form had coordinated with Dr. Atkins his presentation. And, you know, I had to clarify, I had never seen that presentation, but it clearly defined why just the structure of the RTA and PAG are unfair. I will have Dr. Atkins, I'll request Dr. Atkins forward that presentation for all of my colleagues to have. I requested the same thing be done to PAG RTA board members so that they could really look at the inequity of how that voting structure is and why the residents of the city of Tucson are at the losing end of that structure. So I agree, we do have to have a plan ourselves. We have to have a plan A and plan B. I believe that we need to take a look at all of the options in terms of federal funding that we can competitively apply for, as well as those funds that directly are sent to our jurisdiction. But yes, it was a draining conversation, and I would hope that if one jurisdiction is not happy with PAG RTA, that all jurisdictions come to the table and want to open their mind and want to collaborate, to sit down and say, okay, how can we get to a place that that everyone can hold hands on and move forward with a unified front on how we get things done in this region. So yeah, it was a difficult conversation, but one that had to happen, Councilmember Kosacek, and you, my colleagues, elected representatives of the residents of Tucson, you all gave me very clear marching orders as to what you all wanted me to take to that board. And we will continue having these discussions at this table, as well as authentic, clear discussions as to how we can get ourselves on the same page over at the PAG RTA. If not, we also need to be realistic and have our own plan B as to how we move all of the input, all of the feedback that the Department of Transportation and Mobility received through Move Tucson, so that we can chart our own destiny. So Councilmember Fimbres, and then Councilmember Cunningham, I don't know if you have your hand up again.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The RTA, I'm not sure if it's maintenance repairs on their agenda or their goals, because whether, Diane, can you correct me if I'm wrong? I thought it was all new streets and new roads that they're working on, not old streets and old roads that need repair badly. I like our real pavement maintenance and repair. They hear it all the time. I know most of my colleagues hear it all the time from the roads and streets. And then also safety projects and programs and public transportation are other issues that we're hearing. You know, Prop 101 says it's up, we have to renew it in July 20 next year, 2022. And then PAG has to be renewed by 2026. There's lots of challenges. So we're either going to be with them or they're going to be with us and work together. That's a challenge, because if they don't have maintenance repair in there, how are we going to get a road to streets for residential? You know, 60% Prop 101, we changed to say 60% arterials and 40% residentials. But we're hearing more and more people screaming about street repair that we need it, especially after every rain. So we need to fix these things. And can these projects be used for a Prop 101 reauthorization if the city does not go with RTA Next? It's a question I have. You know, and is RTA Next willing to work with us and modify some of these things? Because if not, then we're not going to have street repair in there.
Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, I'll take a stab at that. I think that there's actually two pieces to that. So first of all, as you remember from one of the slides, this is an opportunity to look for different funding sources. Now, the conversation we're having here is a recommendation to RTA for inclusion in the RTA Next package, if you will. And so that chemistry, as outlined on that slide, is really what we're talking about. There is a component of pavement preservation. There is a component of all the things that have been discussed. I think part of the conversation is, what does that chemistry look like? And based on the feedback that we're getting here, you know, we can certainly take that back and you know, relook at those priorities. Now, with regard to a Prop 101 or a city only half-cent sales tax or some type of transportation ask, that really is up to you as a mayor and city council to decide at some point. My understanding, based on this conversation as well, is that by February 1, we need to have both options on the table. And if
so,
that's my exact thought.
Excuse me. Mr. Manager, a couple of things. I'm sorry for interrupting. A couple of things I think that we need to move, because we're going on 50 minutes on this item. Even though it's very important, I've given you all 20 minutes extra or 25 minutes extra. So there are two things that I think are important, at least that we should move forward with, right? There is a draft City of Tucson RTA Next project submission list. This is a list that the RTA and the CAC, which is the community, what does the CAC stand for, Diana? The Community Advisory Council?
Citizens Advisory Committee.
Citizens Advisory Council requested that all jurisdictions submit a list of $600 million worth of projects. And even though I feel that a $600 million list coming again from every jurisdiction is completely inequitable because of the percentage of need and the percentage of tax investment that Tucsonans put into the RTA, I at least think that this draft project submission list should move forward, and they are corridor projects, and it's not enough, and not every ward is completely represented as much as we can. So we should try and move this project submission list.
I don't want to submit one. I'm making a motion that we do not submit one.
It's our prerogative. We don't have to act this week. We can come back next week. We do have a council meeting next week, but I do think that it could help establish, Councilmember Cunningham, it could help establish the possibility of the projects that could be done with RTA next. I'm just putting it out there. We don't have to act on it today. The other piece that we should at least advance forward is the framework that Patrick presented to us based on our needs and based on the percentage of sales tax invested into the RTAs. So Patrick, I don't know if you can share that framework again, based on the input and the amount of need that we have. I think you called it RTA Next framework.
Patrick, I think it was slide number 12.
Yep, just pulling it up. My apologies. I had closed the presentation.
That's okay. I just want us to see that slide, and then I'll open it up. I do see Councilmember Kosacek's hand up. That is the potential RTA Next request based on the Move Tucson categories that our citizens said they wanted to see invested in, and then based on the percentage of tax investment that City of Tucson residents invest into this particular RTA tax. So I'll start with Councilmember Kosacek, and then we'll go with the Vice Mayor.
Okay, real quickly. When is your next meeting with the RTA?
I think it's going to be either the 3rd or the 4th week of October.
Okay, so it's after our next meeting then. So perhaps and I guess I'm interested in Diane Ellicon's response to taking some of the transit money that's going to be federally funded and reallocate those dollars. So we're only reflecting our local match, and perhaps use some of those dollars and to take care of some of Nikki's and Paul's concerns and rebalance, and then bring us back something next meeting. Is that fair? I don't want to not act on it, because I think we have to have our option in place too, in case we do go forward with them. But I think that they've raised some legitimate concerns too.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilmember Kosacek. So I have a couple of questions, but to answer your question first, sir, yes, we certainly will go back and look at that and what projects we have on the project list that we have identified as transit, where we would actually get federal funding. We will pull that back, and then that would allow us to add some more different projects to the prioritization list. Now, I just want to clarify to Mayor and to Council that what we presented was just this top one. If you notice on the chart that Patrick put up, the network improvement that is location specific, that's almost 600 million. So that's actually the list that we provided to y'all as the amendment, as the appendix to today's presentation. So, and if I understood correctly, Mayor, what you were suggesting is perhaps we go back and look at each one of these categories based on the dollar amount that represents the city's overall contribution, and come up with a project list of each of these categories. So then we would be able to meet the concerns that Councilmember Cunningham raised, as well as we'd be able to address a lot of those concerns that Vice Mayor Lee mentioned. And also we would be able to look at providing recommendations on the payment preservation, which I heard from all of y'all was a concern. Did I understand that correctly? I just want to make sure I have my head wrapped around it correctly.
Yes, and that as you have it now, the City of Tucson potential RTA next request is the framework that if we do move forward with the RTA, that this is the framework that we want to send over to the RTA that will define and invest in the projects that we want to see happen. But yes, on the details that you were talking about. Vice Mayor Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just going to comment on your considering moving the list forward. I think that we would appreciate another week. I know we have a meeting on the 5th, which is just a week away, and we can commit to having, reviewed the Ward 4 list and be confident. If we have another chance to do one more look over it.
I agree with her, Madam Mayor.
There's no problem. No problem. I just want to make sure that we're preparing ourselves for option A and B, that we're moving parallel as much as we possibly can. And I have no concern over waiting for a week, so you all feel comfortable with what we're moving forward. No problem. Mr. Ortega?
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. I think it's fine to wait and make sure everybody's comfortable with the list. What I was suggesting earlier was you really have that chemistry on what's on the screen now. And so we can tweak that, take a look at it. I think as Diana outlined, the original thought was looking at the specific locations and the specific projects, which total about 600 million, which was the original request, as I recall. But certainly there's an opportunity to say, here's really our needs, because this is what we've heard from the public. Now, as we go through this, what will be important is to identify if there's only 600 million or whatever the right number is this a proportional reduction, if you will, from the total? Don't have to get into that now, but I just want to get you thinking about that as we start going forward. The last thing I'll leave you with is delivery of materials is actually today for next week's meeting. So if you would like us to bring this back to you on next Tuesday, happy to do that. We are going to be very rushed to make changes and get them to you. What I would suggest and ask is that if you could be patient with us, we'll get it to you by close of business on Thursday. But also, if in the meantime you could let us know and provide any additional feedback in writing, any of you, we can try to incorporate that and put it in there. I think that Councilmember Cunningham and Vice Mayor Lee, I think your comments were pretty clear, but if the rest of you have others, or you, Vice Mayor and Councilmember Cunningham, have additional comments, happy to take those. But I would ask that we have everything here in the next day or so we can get the materials out by Thursday.
Yeah, as I understand it, the materials for next Tuesday's meeting were due today by noon. So we totally understand a lot of this information. We've already seen it. It's been made public. So it's okay if you submit some of these materials a bit late. As long as we have it by Friday, I think would be great, so that we can take them home with us in preparation for next Tuesday's meeting. But great conversation. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Patrick and Diana, for your hard work and putting this together and really trying to find the voices of the residents of the city of Tucson and putting it in a nice, neat list of what their priorities are in front of mayor and council. Great conversation. Thank you so much. We do have to move to the next item, which is a little bit related. We will be moving to item 7. Time has been set aside for an update on the First Avenue needs assessment and discussion of 2 alternative project scopes. Mr. City Manager, or I don't know if I just sent it over to Diana directly.
Mary, you can send it directly over to Diana. Diana, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. So we actually are getting ready. Andy, is Andy presenting on this one?
No, Diana, it's Patrick. It'll be me again.
Okay, perfect, Patrick. If you could actually put it in slideshow for me, and then we'll start. We'll just jump into this real quick. And at the end of this, we do have a direction, a recommendation, staff recommendation that we would appreciate a vote from mayor and council to proceed forward. So with that, Patrick, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Great. Thank you very much, Diana. And again, Honorable Mayor, Madam, members of the committee. I can't get this right at all today. I apologize. I almost called you regional counsel, so thankfully I held short on that one. Anyway, this is a bit about the First Avenue needs assessment that we've been working on for the last couple of years. And to give you a little bit of background, what we're doing with this is really revisiting the anticipated needs and kind of what the existing performance is on First Avenue and in anticipation of moving forward an RTA funded project that was identified in the original RTA plan. And through this needs assessment process, we developed 2 different project alternatives with up-to-date cost estimates to see which of those better fulfilled kind of the policy direction of the city of Tucson, as well as fulfilling the performance outcomes of the RTA plan. So just a little bit of context, the First Avenue project is about a 3-mile corridor stretching from Grant Road to River Road. And the project scope was identified in the RTA plan in 2006. And the project scope identified by the RTA was a 6-lane roadway from the current 5-lane or 4 travel lanes with a 2-way left turn lane with new bike lanes and sidewalks. The overall cost that was estimated in 2006 dollars was $75 million or thereabouts, a little below that. So what we did through the needs assessment then was to look at these different cross sections that we could potentially consider advancing, something that we could get community feedback and look at the performance outcomes and compare these 2 alternatives before going to project design, planning, and ultimately construction. So the 6-lane cross section here at the bottom of the screen is essentially a representation of what the RTA plan is describing, the 6 lanes with a median, new bike lanes, sidewalks, landscaping, etc. And then the 4-lane is the new option that we were exploring, which is essentially a modernization project, a complete streets project, looking at really prioritizing safety without adding additional travel lanes, efficiency, and increasing transportation choices on the corridor within more or less the existing right-of-way envelope. As we look at the cost estimates of these 2 alternatives, we can get the 6-lane project with a new bridge over the Rito, which is a critical piece of this project, comes in at the estimated level at about $91.6 million. These estimates were done last year, versus the 4-lane, which is coming in at about $73.2 million. Again, this is kind of that planning level estimate, but we're getting closer as we get closer to kind of project execution. The 6-lane alternative does put us about $17.3 million over the RTA planned level. The 4-lane can be delivered for closer to what the RTA has identified funding for in their plan. There's an outstanding item of cross drainage improvements that would be upstream improvements that we haven't looked at in much detail, but recognize that there would be some additional work that would need to be done to address some of the cross flow issues on the corridor. In terms of the timeline, today, as Director Alarcon mentioned, we're seeking a decision from council about which of these alternatives to advance so that we can move into planning a design in the spring, ultimately with a target date for construction on First Avenue, fall 25, winter 26. Really briefly, the existing conditions on the corridor, some of the things that we were looking at. Basically, we want to make sure whichever alternative we advance that we have do a replacement of the bridge over the Rito is currently at 80% of its 75-year lifespan and will need to be replaced in the not too distant future. So with this funding opportunity, we want to make sure that this is part of the project. Additionally, First Avenue is a high multimodal corridor, high usage. There's a lot of pedestrian activity for one of our midtown arterials. So, part of this, I think, is owing to the fact that it's a frequent transit route. There's also a lot of commercial destinations, but only 64% of the corridor currently has sidewalks. It is also on the pedestrian high injury network, meaning it's one of the top 10% of roadways for pedestrian crashes, severe injuries, and fatalities in the city of Tucson, which we discovered through the Pedestrian Safety Action Plan. The segment in particular between Prince and Fort Lowell, we see a disproportionate number of pedestrian crashes and fatalities in that section. Thinking about it from a motor vehicle mobility perspective, we looked at the numbers that the RTA plan was kind of planning for based on in 2005, 2006, and they were anticipating about 50,000 vehicles per day from their modeling work at that time. We've gone back and we've looked at some of the traffic counts going back to 1998, and what we've seen is in 98 we had about 33,000 vehicles per day on the corridor. In 2021 we have about 29,000 vehicles per day on the corridor. So it's really been quite flat. You know, it's a little bit of noise in there, flat to declining over the 23 years. So we don't see a future where we're going to be nearly doubling the volume of that roadway by 2030, which would be kind of necessitating the RTA scoped project. So through the needs assessment, we looked at updated forecasts or projections for the corridor. If we're at 28,000 currently, we came up with two scenarios to provide a range of potential future traffic volumes for 2045. And our current projections put us between 32,000 and 38,000 by 2045, considerably lower than the 50,000 that the 6-lane scope was based upon in 2005 and 15 years later. So looking at that in terms of performance of the travel lanes, the 4-lane option would operate at a desirable performance under the low growth scenario at peak hour in all directions on all segments. Under the high growth scenario, the 4-lane option would fall below the desired performance, kind of the level of service would be targeting in one direction during peak hour for about an hour a day in 2045. We shared all of this information with the community over the summer, did extensive public outreach, heard from about 1,100 residents, and by a 2-to-1 margin, residents of the city of Tucson and actually the entire region preferred the 4-lane modernization kind of complete streets approach to this project, 67% to 33%. We did intercept surveys, we did mailers, we used traditional and social media. We partnered with the library, with the Pima County Reach program to do a lot of different approaches to kind of direct outreach to make sure we were hearing from a variety of residents and really from everybody. And as we look at the distribution of response, we see that we did have a higher concentration of people who are going to be most impacted by the project, no surprise there, but we also got kind of a regional distribution of responses given the regional fund source. And for all the high responding zip codes, which was the unit of geography we were looking at, we did see that the preference for the 4-lane alternative was consistent, although to different degrees of magnitude. The closer to the corridor, people tended to prefer the 4-lane more than people who were further away, but in all cases, we did see a preference for the narrower section. So with the technical analysis, as well as what we heard from the community through this process, the Department of Transportation and the Complete Streets Coordinating Council, who we brought this to last week, both recommend that we pursue advancing the 4-lane alternative to project planning and design. We're really seeking direction from Mayor and Council on which of these alternatives to move forward, but that is the recommendation of the department and the Complete Streets Coordinating Council. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Patrick. Just do see Karen's Councilmember Ulick's hand up. Go ahead, Karen.
Yeah, I'm fully prepared to make a motion to support the department's recommendation for the 4-lane alternative. As Patrick, what a great job, and Diana, of outreach and really capturing the data and the best path forward. The RTA has requested through a memo from Jim DeGroot that we look at rescoping to save money. As we all know, that's something that is going to be necessary to even bring home the majority of what was envisioned in the RTA 1 plan. And beyond that, I think that clearly what's being presented to us embodies the priorities and principles of the Move Tucson plan. So I think this is fully in keeping with Move Tucson, and also I think is really an improvement that is the right one to go with. So I make a motion that we advance the 4-lane scope to the RTA.
I'll second it.
So there is a motion and a second. Any further comment? Councilmember Kusacek?
Thank you. So I just want to, and I totally support the motion, but let's be really clear on the record. The city is not unilaterally saying, let's change what the voters approved. So the RTA can't come back and say, look, the city was just, they were ignoring the voters. The RTA is short of cash. We're discussing a recommendation to them to use taxpayer money more efficiently and wisely based on current conditions. And this is the exact same conversation we tried to have with the RTA for 3 years over Broadway. And the traffic counts were less than what was on the ballot. The crosswalks were taking excess homes and businesses on the north side. And we could have saved millions of dollars doing exactly what we're doing here today. You know, we saw the level of service data, we saw the crosswalks and all the graphics that Diana and Patrick are presenting to us, and the public supported reducing the size. And we were threatened with a loss of $25 million if we didn't do what was on the ballot. And so I'll be interested in watching the RTA's response to this change. You know, why can we reduce this scope from what was on the ballot, but 5 years ago the conversation was a non-starter? The answer is because they're finally acknowledging a cash shortfall. This really meets the needs. It's totally, as Karen just said, is totally consistent with the complete streets notion. This is the flexibility that has been lacking in the RTA. And so I totally support the motion.
Yes. Any others? Alrighty, so I would say once we vote on this proposal, I'm very happy with the legwork and the brain work that the Department of Transportation and Mobility put into this process. Lots of community feedback throughout, not just the area, but the surrounding region, I would say. The next step would be to take this project to the RTA board so that we can get a yay or nay to move forward. But I think that based on the possible shortfalls that we have on City of Tucson projects, let's remember, there's anywhere from $190 to $280 million project shortfall for City of Tucson projects. This is a demonstration by the City of Tucson and our Department of Transportation and Mobility towards finding solutions for the project shortfall that we currently have at the RTA. So I believe it is a demonstration by the City of Tucson with the investment of time from our community, giving us the go-ahead of what they want to see happen there, a demonstration of us being flexible to work with the RTA board. So with that, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any opposed?
No.
Motion.
No, Madam, I support the motion. I'm sorry, I made the second.
Okay, so with that, then we have a unanimous vote to move forward. Thank you so much, Patrick, Diana, for your input. Really appreciate it. Thank you. We have item 9. Councilmember Kosacik has requested a discussion regarding initiating an update to the Sam Hughes neighborhood plan. Councilmember Kosacik?
I'll get us back. I'll save us some time here. The neighborhood and the staff and I've been meeting for over a year to put the draft of the Sam Hughes plan together. You know, the heavy lifting really came from the neighbors, and there's been significant outreach. And by our own codes, the mayor and council need to initiate the final update. There will be more outreach, and staff is going to shepherd this through the process. So all we're doing today is really beginning the final step in this. And so I'd ask for approval to initiate that process.
I'll second it.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you so much, Councilmember Kosacik. We really appreciate it. That was pretty easy. So let me see, we are at 4:38. I think we have 15 minutes allocated for the EV readiness, code amendments for EV readiness. Scott, can you do this in 15 minutes?
Honorable Mayor and Council, we'll go for 10.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So item 10 Time has been set aside for a discussion of the proposed work plan and stakeholder outreach for the EV Readiness Code amendment. Mr. Manager.
Mayor, I'll just go ahead and turn it over to Scott to save some time. Go ahead, Scott.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council. Today we're here to talk about the commercial and multifamily amendments for electric vehicle charging. You asked for a 60-day update. That is today. Staff is also evaluating potential amendments to the parking code to better facilitate both EV readiness and the council's desire to have an expansion of the restaurant seating program become permanent. Both those require parking changes, so we're looking at everything at once. Dan's going to discuss the analysis, progress to date regarding public outreach, and then the continued outreach and work plan. Dan, take it away.
Thank you, Scott, and Honorable Mayor and Council, thank you so much for having us. As we had discussed previously, we would come back in 90 days or so to talk about the EV Readiness Ordinance and provide you an update. So with that, so we're coming to you right now basically because we have two components related to parking and parking amendments that we are looking to potentially review together. So if you remember back in August, we passed a kind of an initiation for a code amendment related to expanded restaurant seating, and then we also have this EV readiness. They are both related to goals that affect commercial parking. Related to that, and because they are policies related to this, we were thinking that it would be good to bring certain elements together and review them together. It would allow for us to make sure that we're right-sizing our parking requirements related to this, and part of the reason really for that is because this combined approach allows for a more kind of holistic conversation about space that is allocated for parking, involving things like climate change. So, you know, as long as we have the right amount of spaces, fewer spaces means less impervious surface and it's more efficient use of space. COVID response, you know, this was a part of the response related to temporary expanded restaurant seating, but there's still, you know, safety and health issues related to allowing for more outdoor use, cost, feasibility, as well as kind of incentives and shared use agreements and being able to utilize those for this. It also aligns with other efforts such as Complete Street Goals, Move Tucson, and it takes advantage of changes in mobility preferences that we have. So primarily rideshare, fewer people are driving, more people are using rideshare, but reduced parking can incentivize use of transit, bike infrastructure, bike share, things of that sort. So provide you a little bit of background. You know, back in May 2020, Mayor and Council, you authorized through the Mayor's Emergency Proclamation, the temporary expansion of restaurant seating program. This in August 2021, the program extended it was extended, and we instructed us to initiate amendments to the Unified Development Code to look for a more permanent solution related to this. In relation to that, there were really two elements of that. There was this public right-of-way portion. This is one that's more common near downtown, 4th Avenue, places like Hermanos, Penca, Empire Pizza. And then there's also a private property portion. And this is many times in a parking lot to expand restaurant seating outdoors. Examples of this are places like Casa Video on Speedway, Prep and Pastry on Campbell, the Maverick on Tanque Verde. That are utilizing private space instead of the public right-of-way, which is what you see a lot of downtown. So just related to this, in order for you to have that, you need sometimes parking reductions. So the individual parking plan, which was adopted by Mayor and Council in May 2009, is not allowed to be utilized for bars and restaurants outside of certain overlays such as the Infill Incentive District, Main Gate District, Urban Overlay District. Because the parking reduction is one of the key code barriers for streeteries, especially on private property, the program's effectiveness would be limited without some adjustments to that program. The other element of this is related to EV readiness. And just to kind of give you a little bit of background on where this has been, April 2021, Tucson Mayor and Council adopted the EV roadmap from the Mayor's office. Within that, there were policies immediate within 6 months, and some of those were adopt EV readiness ordinances for all new development. So at that point, we had been working on an EV ordinance for new 1 and 2 family residential development. In June 2021, we came to mayor and council, and you adopted a requirement for 1 and 2 family residences. And you instructed us to come back with an update and to begin the process for new multifamily and commercial development. Since then, we have done research and we have held our first stakeholder meeting and wanted to provide you an update on that. Key items of discussion at that meeting related to impact on affordability of multifamily housing, the rapid pace of technology change, how do we make this so it adapts in the future? And then the decreasing cost of electric vehicles and increasing availability of electric vehicles and how that will spur the need for EV infrastructure moving forward. Future topics of discussion, because a lot of that discussion was related to multifamily housing and a lot of even the equity issues related to that. We are looking to kind of expand that discussion a bit, talk about adoption trends that we're seeing and what we could see here, as well as specific use considerations, especially related to commercial and how we would address commercial. We are continuing to reach out to stakeholders, and we have a large group, and we'll be meeting next on October 12th. Related to some of the research that we had, we wanted to share a little bit of that. And really what we have here is kind of a continuum of different types of requirements that we're seeing throughout the US and in the country. They really go from on the left to the less prescriptive, all the way to the right, which is more prescriptive, and it actually kind of equates to less costs versus more costs on the right. If you look at this, the EV ready outlet, that is what we adopted for the 1 and 2 family residential in Tucson. And so related to that, we took this and we went in to see, case studies on what we're seeing elsewhere in the country. Peer cities, actually with incentivized Tucson, we have an incentive built into our code currently, where we require parking spaces reduced by 1 for every EV space. So you put in an EV space with a charger, it counts for 2 spaces essentially. That is about the same thing as what they've seen in Albuquerque. It's been somewhat effective. We do see EV chargers in commercial spaces here and there, but it hasn't really spurred a whole lot of EV charging infrastructure. In the middle, EV capable and EV ready. Miami-Dade, most new development requires a percentage to be EV ready. So that's the one with the plugs. And they're phasing in their projects. So lots larger than 9, 10% have to be required to have EV ready. And then after January 2022, 20% of their spaces would be required. And then, you start to get into the more kind of progressive, aggressive kind of requirements with Salt Lake and San Jose. So Salt Lake, they recently adopted that all new and expanded buildings over 5,000 square feet require EV spaces. 1 EV is required for every 25 spaces. And then a place like San Jose, which pretty much for multifamily requires 100% of all new parking to be either EV capable, EV ready, or EV installed stations. So 70% are capable, that's basically running conduit to those spaces. 20% is having the plug, and then 10% would have installed stations. And then commercial is about 50%. So these are kind of the things we have kind of looked at in other case studies, and we will be reviewing with our stakeholder group and through our public meetings. Related to that, this is kind of the proposed outreach and work plan for both of these. Currently, if you look at this, we had our stakeholder meeting in August, and this is us right here with our work plan proposal we're presenting to you. And then October, we plan to hold an EV stakeholder meeting as well as a restaurant expansion stakeholder meeting. Because they do have kind of 2 separate kind of goals related to them, and they're 2 separate kind of stakeholder groups, we are going to have a separate stakeholder group for each of those. We are looking to hold an additional EV stakeholder meeting, potentially a restaurant stakeholder meeting as well, and then public meetings in November. Additional stakeholder meetings to review the public meeting results. And then we'll start our formal review with Planning Commission in January, and are looking to be back to you with a proposal in March. And with that, I will happy to answer any questions. Turn it over to you, Honorable Mayor.
Alrighty, thank you so much, Dan, and thank you, Scott, for the presentation. If Utah can do it, we can do it too. I'm just saying that the more progressive and more ready we are for EV vehicles, the better we will be within the next 10 years, which coincide with the goals that we've set for ourselves in terms of eliminating greenhouse gases. And by the way, I was hearing in the news that vehicle manufacturing companies are investing billions and billions of dollars in creating and building EV cars. I think it was like Ford that is investing $11 billion in creating thousands and thousands of jobs to make an investment into their electric vehicles. So I would highly recommend that, the more we can push ourselves because of greenhouses and what they do to our climate, the better. So I will open it up for my colleagues on the council, but I would highly recommend that we approve the recommendation, the city manager recommendation in our memo. Councilmember Kozachik?
Yeah, thank you. The recommendation is to return to us with an amendment to the UDC. I understand the parking nexus, but when these come back to us after the Planning Commission, we may need to separate the discussions because adding or deleting parking for multifamily for EV is going to be potentially a much different conversation than adding or deleting parking spaces from the expansion of a restaurant or a bar. And so, while I understand you're moving them forward together now, when they come back to us at the end of this process, we may need to separate them. Secondly, I know that there's been some concern about people who were initially involved in framing the IPP program, but I see 2 public meetings incorporated in your outreach, and so that's good just to make sure that it's not simply bar owners and multifamily people who are part of the conversation, because I know IPP programs are, there's a sensitivity with the surrounding area residents. So with all of that as a caveat, I'll move the recommendation.
Second.
So there's a motion and a second. I would also like to remind Planning and Development Services about looking at this also in terms of the participation, kind of like to expound on what Councilmember Kozachik has said in terms of the equity piece, and making sure that we are including voices, community voices, neighborhood voices, but also organizations that can help with bringing in the voices of low income and BIPOC communities, which are on the front lines of some of these issues. So just a reminder, I didn't want to include it on the motion, but I just want to make sure that we have diverse voices in the conversation. With that, any others that like to add to this? Without anyone else, there's a motion. Did I hear a second? I did. I heard several seconds, I think.
Yes, you did.
All those in favor of, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you so much, Scott and Dan. Thank you for doing this and looking forward to the results. We move on to item 11. Time has been set aside for discussion of options to provide relief for water customers impacted by COVID-19 pandemic. This item was requested by Councilmember Cunningham, so I'd like to ask Councilmember Cunningham if you'd like to open this item.
Thank you, Your Honor. We voted to try to provide relief for folks who have basically come under the thumb of unmanageable situations when it comes to what's happened in the last year and a half, 2 years. And I understand that, In some cases, the situation is probably mendable, but for the most part, we have a good portion of families and households who've been devastated by the pandemic. They've lost one or two family members, or in a situation they've had two family members hospitalized for months at a time. Moreover, we have a low income population that has been working with us really well. And it's amounted to, we can't seem to figure out how to come up with a plan that helps us work with people. It's a daunting task because every account is different. Every scenario is different. Every situation is different. There are multiple programs coming down the pipeline, local, federal, state, that are going to allow us to provide this relief. But the last thing we need right now is people kind of starting anew as we come towards an endemic, saddled with a debt that we can manage, we can help them out with. There's about 3,300 or so households that have been affected directly by COVID or are in the low income program that have worked up a water debt that is not manageable. And rather than spend what will be an incredibly daunting task trying to manage all that, we actually have the resources to wipe that debt out. And I think we should. I think what we're doing is a good thing. I'm proposing that $2.4 million, give or take. I mean, there's a lot of nuances to it, and I'm going to let, I think the manager can fill you in on some of the details, but I'd like to give it to the manager really quick. I know he has some input for you guys to let you know that I believe we can afford this, and I believe this is the right thing to do. So go ahead, Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Councilor Cunningham. So Mayor, members of the council, your direction was clear in that you wanted to do something for the delinquent accounts, particularly those that were affected by COVID. As you know, we have been working with folks on payment plans. That was very explicit direction, but we have seen some that have fallen behind on their payment plans, even though the payment plans are very reasonable in terms of making a small amount of payment addition to what your regular service is. But people have fallen behind for reasons that we've talked about many times. So the memorandum really outlines for you options that we have out there. But I don't want to get into the detail of those because I think that there could be others that are coming down the pike. Certainly there is some federal money, Mayor, as you mentioned, that will be on the horizon, and we're expecting that to help us with some of these efforts. Now, what's important here is what we would take is a snapshot of today, those that are delinquent accounts, the balances of those accounts for those that have reported having been impacted negatively by COVID, and our low income participants, those folks that have delinquent balances that are in the low income category and that have already gone through that process. And what we do by basically putting those delinquent balances aside, then I go to work on trying to figure out how to fund that. As I believe under the legal pieces of the memo, we can't, quote, write it off. So we've got to find other ways to shore that up. And that's why I provided those options for you, so that you know that we're exploring all of these different items. So the direction that I would need or would recommend that you provide is specific to the COVID, again, it's self-reported, the COVID impacted account balance, delinquent account balances, along with the low income delinquent account balances. And that'll give me that snapshot for today. Now keep in mind the current service charges would continue, but we're taking the delinquent, basically where those folks have not been able to pay, and putting those into this other area, which we will then look for sources to fund. So Mayor, that would be my recommendation. Councilmember Cunningham, I'll turn it back over to you, but that is my suggestion at this point, and that gives me the flexibility to identify funds to pay for.
So, Your Honor, where this comes through is that we can't delineate which person did what when, and then we've got folks on payment programs who are making good faith. They're working with us, but all they're able to afford is that extra like $2 a month, and they have like a $500 delinquent. It's going to cost us more in staff time to collect the $2 a month than to let them go on with their life. So for me, this is kind of a why, when we factor it all in, this is probably the best scenario in how we address and move forward. So I have a motion. I move that we direct the city manager and staff to use any legal funding source to alleviate the current delinquent account balances of Tucson water customers who have self-reported to the utility that they have been negatively impacted by COVID, and for low-income customers with delinquent accounts.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Thank you, Councilmember Cunningham, for bringing this item and shedding some clarity into the direction of how we move forward, alleviating, as you say, some of these account customers or Tucson water customers that have been impacted by COVID, and that the intent of mayor and council is to alleviate these delinquent accounts and help as much as we possibly can. I do want to highlight, though, that our water department collects for not just water customers, but also sewer customers, which is a Pima County utility, as well as garbage. And so of the accounts, of the $4 million in delinquent accounts right now, there's $1.1 million in sewer charges. And so we cannot legally alleviate the delinquent accounts for Pima County Sewer. So I do really want to additionally request that our city manager speak with the county administrator to see how Pima County wants to deal with that $1.1 million in sewer charges. And there could be possibilities of us working together and trying to find solutions together to this possible issues. So Mr. Ortega, I just want to make sure that you can have that conversation with the county administrator to work with him to see what can be done with that $1.1 million.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I'm happy to do that.
Alrighty. Other than that, any other questions from my colleagues? Councilmember Kozachik?
Just real quick, some clarification from the city attorney to explain the nuance, because I know that because the water has a lot of bond debt, that we can't simply write it off. But what's the distinction here that we're doing? How are we threading that needle?
And Councilmember Kozachik, that's exactly right. And it was as the manager explained in his introductory remarks that we can't just write off obligations, but we can, as we have in the past through the existing low-income assistance program, that we can fund that program with various different types of revenues, some of the examples of which are described in the mayor and council memorandum, so that those funds can then be used to be applied to those delinquent account balances and actually pay them off, as opposed to just writing off the debt as an uncollectible debt.
The other piece of this conversation that I really want us to take a look at and I know some of my colleagues have mentioned around this table before, is that small businesses in the city of Tucson have been highly affected by COVID-19 as well. And I'm just thinking restaurants and mom and pop shops that are commercial accounts. Is there a possibility, Mr. Manager, to drill down a bit into the detail of some of these commercial accounts that belong to small businesses that were highly affected by COVID-19?
Madam Mayor, I'd add nonprofits in there too, like the VFW, the DAVs, and some of those folks.
Some of these are commercial, but belong to small businesses. I'm thinking restaurants and local shops that were highly affected by COVID-19. And if there is, I know that commercial accounts are very difficult to figure out if it's a small business, small locally owned business, but I just would like to see if there's any possibility of taking a look at that, and not part of this motion, but as part of the conversation as we look forward.
Your Honor, I actually went, as I prepared for this item, I'm also preparing that another item in the future for the businesses. It's going to be a little bit, it's kind of a little bit of different conversation because of some of them have already received SBA and some other things. So I think it's definitely on the table, but I think there's some other pieces to it. So I just wanted to focus really on the residential, our low income folks and our COVID affected families.
Yeah, and that's why, council member, I don't want to make it part of this motion or anything like that, but it is worth thinking about it and figuring out if there's any possibility of solutions. Council member Santa Cruz.
I was just wondering if we had projections of how many more accounts would go unpaid through the end of the year, and do we need to consider allocating more than 2.4 to this fund?
Mayor, Councilmember Santa Cruz, so this direction is specific to a snapshot today for those that have delinquent balances. It's highly likely that we would see more delinquent balances in the future just as a part of the course of doing business. We can bring back to you a report. We normally report what's going on in the water utility on a frequent basis, and we can hone in on that component. Keep in mind that this is the snapshot for today that are COVID, self-reported COVID impacted individuals, as well as the low income program. So we can take that same snapshot 30 days hence and 30 days after that as well, to at least give you an idea of what's happening just in general in that subset.
For the most part, we wouldn't want this to be, this is supposed to be mostly a one-time thing. I mean, unless we get hit with another wave, and obviously there are funding sources available now, and this is important to do. We have to do this now. We've got too many people trying to get back into it that are struggling to start over, and we got to help them out. So that's why we do this. That's why I think the timing's appropriate. I think we're ready, and I think we make this move now. If we have to make another move like this similarly in the next year, 2 years, 3 years, we do. But tonight, now, I think we have to make our decision, and I think this is a prudent one and the right one.
Any others? Alrighty, so we have a motion on the floor. We have a second. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. Mr. Manager, you have your direction from Mayor and Council, and then additional requests to look at additional possibilities. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Councilmember Cunningham. Thank you. Alrighty, so we move on to item 12. Time has been set aside for discussion of state and national legislation and regional committee issues. Mr. Manager, Andrew, there you are. Go ahead, Andrew.
So, Honorable Mayor and Council, in response to questions from Councilmember Fimbres, I've sent you in writing a update on federal and state issues. Just one item of note, something that happened today that I know Mayor and Council would be interested in. Today was the deadline for ballot initiatives. So for folks to hand in signatures, petitions, in order to refer laws that were passed in the last state legislative session to the ballot. It does look like that supporters of referring the governor and the legislature's tax cuts from last session. There were a lot of signatures submitted today. They had a big press conference just within the last hour. So we'll know more once the Secretary of State counts those signatures to see how many valid signatures there are, if indeed that's going to be referred to the ballot. If they do have enough signatures, then those tax cuts will not go into effect until the voters vote on them in November of 2022. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions by my colleagues? Hearing none. Righty, thank you so much, Andrew. Anything in addition?
Anything new on postal legislation?
Oh, I'm sorry. Honorable Mayor, members of the council, there's no new news on postal legislation at this point. As I've mentioned before, there is still some issues that have been brought up by the United Parcel Service, UPS, that has some issues with the draft legislation on postal reform. Again, we're working very closely with Senator Sinema's office on postal reform. She's very aware of the issues as well as the impacts to Cherry Bell. And so we look forward to continue to work with her and hopefully bring a bill this coming year to the Senate to pass postal reform.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Alrighty, thank you so much for your update. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
We move on to item 13. Does anyone have any items to remove from consent agenda? Alrighty, hearing none. We move on to item 14. Does anyone have any items for future agendas? We hear none, so we move on to adjournment. A study session is adjourned, and we have about 20 minutes worth of break. We will see each other here at 5:30, 5:35. So take a break, stretch your legs, and we'll see you at 5:35. Thank you all. Authority Board of Commissioners meeting. So we'll start there. The Board of Commissioners of the City of Tucson Public Housing Authority will stand in session. Mr. Clerk, let's go to roll call.
Mick Santa Cruz,
Here.
Mr. Cunningham.
Here.
Mick Zulik,
Absent excused.
Mrs. Lee,
Here.
Mr. Fimbres,
Here.
Mr. Kozaczek,
Here.
Commissioner Mohammed, Mayor Romero.
And I am here. Item 2.
Public Housing Authority Monthly Board Report.
City Managers PHA Communication number 17, dated September 28th, is received into and made part of the record. Is there a motion to approve the monthly board report?
I'll make it, Madam Mayor. So moved.
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Item 3.
Public Housing Authority write-off of uncollectible accounts receivable, resolution number PHA 2021-011.
City Managers PHA Communication number 18, dated September 28th, is received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution PHA 2021-011 by number and title only.
Resolution number PHA 2021-011 relating to Public Housing Authority authorizing the write-off of certain uncollectible accounts and declaring an emergency.
What is the board's pleasure?
Madam Mayor, I'll move the manager's recommendation that the Board of Commissioners authorize the July 31st, 2021 write-off amount of, which includes unpaid tenant rent, damages, and fees.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Mr. Kozaczek,
Here. Aye.
Mick Santa Cruz,
Aye.
Mayor Romero,
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham,
Aye.
Mrs. Lee,
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres.
Aye.
Resolution PHA 2021-011 passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 4.
Approval of Public Housing Authority minutes.
City Managers PHA Communication number 16, dated September 28th, is received into and made part of the record. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of August 10th, 2021?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? A motion to approve the minutes of the August 10th, 2021 passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 5.
Adjournment.
The meeting of the Board of Commissioners is adjourned. The mayor and council will now convene our regular meeting. All righty. Ready, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, Your Honor.
Council will now stand in session. Let's go to roll call.
Mick Santa Cruz,
Here.
Mr. Cunningham,
Here.
Mick Zulik,
Absent excused.
Mrs. Lee,
Here.
Mr. Fimbres,
Here.
Mr. Kozaczek,
Here.
Mayor Romero.
Here. Item 2.
Invocation and appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
The invocation will be given by Ana Marrufo, staff member for the city clerk's office.
Thank you, Mayor Romero. Let us pray. Lord, we pray for all government officials and especially for the leaders of our city. We pray for this mayor and council that they may truly respect the needs of the people and work in harmony for the advancement of all men, women, and children of our city. Grant to all men and women the gift of respect for all the actions of the mayor and council. May mayor and council work to form true bonds of unity and work together to improve the quality of all in our city. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Item 2D,
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
City Manager's Communication number 289, dated September 28th, is received into and made part of the record. Do we have any appointments to move at this time?
Madam Mayor, I move to appoint the appointments of Nick Shipley and Laura McCarrick to the Landscape Advisory Committee.
There's a motion. There's a motion. I think I heard a second.
Yep, I'll second, Mayor.
Thank you. Motion a second. Before our vote, I would like to thank Nick Shipley and Laura Mielzarek, I think it is, for your willingness to serve on behalf of the citizens of the city of Tucson. Is there any further discussion? Alrighty, hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Are there any personal appointments to be made at this time? Hearing none, let's go to item 3.
Mayor and council reports, summary of current events.
City Manager's Communication number 290, dated September 28th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow members of the mayor and council to report on current events. These are to be current events of activities within the community, not position statements on policy issues. Does any council member have anything to report at this time? Alrighty. Let's start with Councilmember Kasachek, Ward 6.
Okay, threw me a curve, huh? All right, it's okay, deal with that.
By your colleagues on the council, the previous.
Okay. So there are a couple of things. First of all, there's a community resource fair that we're partnering with Ward 3 on coming up on Wednesday, October 6th. It'll be from 4 to 6 p.m. There will be several different items included. There's the eviction prevention resources. Their literacy connects will be there. We'll have a marijuana conviction expungement clinic, and Pima County Health will be giving COVID-19 vaccinations. PAC will be there as well. So it's at 2425 North Haskell. It'll be in my newsletter as well, and I'm sure that Karen will put it in hers. So lots of different opportunities for people to come up and just get some good services for free. It's all for free. Secondly, on October 9th, Saturday, I'll be hosting another expungement clinic here at the ward office. Normal and Prime Leaf are going to be participating in it. For people who have other convictions other than low-level pot convictions, realize Pima County Attorney's Office is not going to be there. So with Normal running it, it's a totally safe environment. Come on by it. Again, everything is free. Finally, not finally, but Paul, I'll be thinking about your dad on Thursday. And Mike Rankin's wife's easel needs a gear adjusted. Maybe we can get Mike to report back to us next week on whether or not he's finally finished that. And that's all I've got.
Thank you, Councilmember Kasachek. Councilmember Fimbres?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Today, Tuesday, September 28th, is National Voter Registration Day. National Voter Registration Day is a nonpartisan civic holiday celebrating our democracy, first observed in 2012, has quickly gained momentum and ever since. Nearly 4.5 million voters have registered to vote on the holiday today. According to the U.S. Census data for 2020, as many as 1 in 4 eligible Americans are not registered to vote. Every year, millions of Americans find themselves unable to vote because they miss a registration deadline, don't update the registration, or aren't sure how to register. National Voter Registration Day wants to make sure everyone has the opportunity to vote. National Voter Registration Day is a day of civic unity. It's an opportunity to set aside the differences, enjoy the rights of opportunities we will share as Americans and celebrate our democracy. For more information, go online at nationalvoterregistration.org. On Friday, September 17th, I represented Ward 5 in the city of Tucson at the 2021 National POW MIA event held at South Lawn in Ward 5. I read the city of Tucson's proclamation making September 17th a National POW MIA Day. We'll never forget those who have not returned. I want to congratulate the Sunnyside Foundation for the successful 5K fun run on September 19th and Give Day event on September 22nd. A part of Sunnyside Gives, which proceeds raised go to the foundation and their programs to help students and families in need. I was a co-sponsor along with Ward 1, Lane Santa Cruz, for this year's event, and glad the event could be held with social distancing and health protocols. I also want to thank everyone who took part of this fun run and Gives Day. I had the privilege Saturday, September 25th, of attending the Summit View Resource Fair held at Summit View Elementary in 1900 Southeast Summit. My office helped to coordinate this event, and many agencies and organizations were present. The Beaver County Health Department was present giving out the COVID-19 vaccines. I want to thank all the organizations present, the staff of Summit View Elementary for their help in hosting the fair, and to everyone who attended and got assistance and even a COVID-19 vaccine. On Saturday, September 25th, I also attended the Gospel Fest car show, a community event at Willie Blake's Park in Ward 5, to bring neighbors together after the tragedy that happened in July. I recognize firefighters, police officers, paramedics, 911 communications, as well as families who lost loved ones from that tragedy with Ward 5 Medallions of Hope and Ward 5 first responder coins. I want to thank Willie Blake for bringing their neighborhoods and community together for this and bringing everyone closer to in unity. I want to also thank everyone who helped to organize the event. I want to thank Piedmont County Attorney Laura Conover for being there and helping our community through this. I also want to thank TPD South and Tucson Fire for being there and now and always there for our community. Also on September 25th, I had the privilege of presenting Connie Femers with a Ward 5 Medallion of Hope. Connie helped many young people when she worked with a couple of school districts as well as those in at Arizona DES. Thank you, Connie, for your service and commitment to our community. Friday, October 1st marks the beginning of Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Domestic Violence Awareness Month was launched nationwide in October 1987 as a way to connect with and unite individuals and organizations working on domestic violence issues while raising awareness of those issues. For the past 30 plus years, much progress has been made to support domestic violence victims and survivors, to help to hold abusers accountable, and to create and update legislation to further those goals. In Tucson, one of the organizations is Emerge. Beyond the traditional approach of providing survivors with resources, including emergency shelter, safety planning, and DV education, Emerge engages with the entire community in addressing the underlying cause of abuse. Why? Domestic abuse is a common community problem, and Emerge believes that our communities are the solution. For more information, you can contact Domestic Violence Awareness Month and Emerge. Go online for emergecenter.org. Thank you, Madam Mayor. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilmember. Vice Mayor Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. As always, I'm going to do my plug for our town hall this month. It's happening this Thursday, the 30th at 5:30 p.m. It's going to be with Department of Transportation and Mobility to talk about all the exciting projects happening in Ward 4. You can go to tucsonaz.gov/Ward4 to sign up. And then one really special thing just to report that our team did on September 21st, which was International Day of Peace. We dedicated a peace pole in Lincoln Park, actually in front of our ward office, because we're fortunate enough to have our ward office inside of a park, which is pretty amazing. It's the first one in the city of Tucson. I hope that you all can make a trip out to see the peace pole and perhaps put one or multiple up in your wards as well, or mayor somewhere in the city special. We made a really great space out of it. We planted 40 additional native trees, and we have, or native plants and some native trees coming in. And on the peace pole, we had 8 different languages put on there: English, Spanish, Hebrew, Arabic, Russian, Swahili, Mandarin, and Tibetic from Tibet. And the space was blessed by Jesse Navarro from the Tohono O'odham Nation as part of a land acknowledgement that we did for the very special place that we put together. And each nation was represented. Each language was represented by someone from the community. So it was really amazing. We have such a great community, so much diversity, to be able to have someone from each of those countries come out and share a message of peace from their language and their culture. So please come out and check it out. Also want to thank Parks and Rec in Tucson Clean and Beautiful for helping us make that happen. Thank you, Mayor.
That's beautiful. Congratulations. Councilmember Ulick.
Thank you. I understand that Councilmember Kozachik already shared information about the Grant and Alvernon Resource Fair. I also wanted to make sure folks knew about the Sugar Hill Neighborhood Association and Coalition Resource Fair that's coming up on October 2nd, which is Saturday, from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. in the Southside Basketball Court. Just adjacent to the Donna Liggins Center at 2160 North 6th Avenue. There'll be lots of fun activities for families as well as critical resources, including a marijuana conviction expungement clinic and opportunities to sign up for rental and utility assistance, among other things. So for more information to join us at Sugar Hill, just give us a call at the Ward 3 office, 791-4711. Everyone is welcome. I also want to thank the District 5 office and the County Attorney's office, as well as the Ward 5 office for participating and supporting the effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Cunningham.
Thank you, Your Honor. I got a few things. First of all, tomorrow, 280 South Church, Doubletree is a job fair. Sunnyside School District, Vail School District, USD, City of Tucson, Tucson Police Department are all participating. Look, we had an item today that talked about our staffing levels. Everybody's having trouble filling positions. If you're out there and you're ready to get back into the job thing, remote or non-remote, social distance or not, social distance preferred, I mean, I urge you to. There is a job fair, and there are great jobs out there. Speaking of being vaccinated, unvaccinated, all that, I went and got my booster on Friday. As a teacher who's 47 years old, I was 8 months and 13 days since I had gotten my shot and felt it was time. No major side effects to report. Just slept a long time on Saturday and almost missed part of the game, though I didn't miss much. But on a good note, we get to go back to McHale again this Saturday for the Red-Blue game. Again, I definitely urge people to put their personal health safety first, but the University of Arizona is going to have a Red-Blue game this Saturday. You can check out the Wildcats. Speaking of basketball, the TUSD Middle School basketball tournament starts this week, and as a point of personal privilege, I help coach one team where I work at Gridley Middle School, and my son plays at Dodge Middle School. So I have a vested interest in following, but I got to tell you, Madam Mayor, that it's been a really amazing experience to follow all the different kids around the city this year. We have 21 amazing basketball teams with about 300 amazing kids. Shout out to Dale Lopez, who's out of Ross Scrooge Middle School, who's run that program for the last 30 years. Well, let me put it this way. He was a referee when I played at Utterback, so that's how far back he's an amazing guy, but he looks like 10 years younger than me, so it makes it even worse. Anyway, thank you, Coach Lopez, for all that. Steve alluded to my dad, who's getting fitted for his pacemaker on Thursday. Love you, Dad. I know that the whole community is pulling for you. And that brings me to, this is the big announcement today. I'm really excited to talk about it. So here in Tucson, we have two school districts at least, and I think there's a few more that have a short day on Wednesdays. So middle schools get out between 2 and 3 on those days. We're going to start with a small pilot program at Jesse Owens Park every Wednesday for middle school hoops. Middle school hoops at Jesse Owens Park for the next 9 weeks is going to be hosted by Illinois Basketball Hall of Famer, former Arizona Wildcat, Final Four participant and ESPN analyst Corey Williams. He's going to host the kids out there for 9 weeks. Justin Wood from my office will be there too. We're working on some of the details. That's going to start October 20th. And I'm really proud of this program. I think we're going to get really wide participation. It's a program that I intend to duplicate in all of your wards. You guys just got to get in touch with me and we'll make it all happen. Jesse Owens is a shaded but open-aired court, so I feel that the risk of spread is minimized. So that's my news. I'm sticking to it. The only thing I can say is I was happy to go to the community block party at Hidden Hills about a week or two ago. Hadn't been to anything in person in so long, and was really excited to deliver the news that thanks to the mayor's $2 million per ward program, they're getting their streets paved. So that's where we're going. And thank you, Your Honor.
Very exciting stuff. Congratulations. Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Hi, thank you, Mayor. Thank you for giving me some time this council meeting to kind of not have to be the first one on. So first of all, I wanted to congratulate Rose Neighborhood for hosting their first fiesta this past Saturday. It was super sweet to have them come out and provide a resource fair and just connection, you know, into the community as they're trying to like reinvigorate their neighborhood. So shout out to Rose Neighborhood and also for Ward 1 staff to helping, you know, facilitate that. I wanted to let the public know that this Thursday, September 30th from 5 to 7, we will be hosting our second expungement clinic here at the Ward 1 office. I want to thank and send my kudos to our Pima County attorney, Laura Conover, and their office for all their help in making these clinics accessible to our residents and our neighbors throughout the city. And we plan on hosting these clinics here out of the office quarterly. Also want to let Hollywood our smoke alarm installation event this Saturday, October 2nd from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. We've had a high number of fires in Barrio Hollywood over the past year, and so we're working with the Arizona Burn Foundation and the Tucson Fire Department to organize this smoke detector installation for residents in our barrio here. Appointments are required. We are asking people to contact our office so we can help them get that sorted out. We're also looking for volunteers who are willing to help install the alarms, and we're having a training for them at 8 a.m. on Saturday at St. Margaret's Church on Grande. And then finally, Barrio Nopal is, we're having our, along with Parks and Rec, our park survey, and we're looking for comments on the proposed master plan for Barrio Nopal Park. The comments closed on October 11th, and so we're asking that neighbors in Barrio Nopal help give their input on the master plan. Please visit the City of Tucson website or our office to see the master plan and fill out the survey. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Santa Cruz. And I do have three programs or events that I'd like to invite you all to, all my colleagues on the council and the community. First, I'm very, very excited. This Thursday, September 30th, we will launch 5 battery electric buses at the Suntran facilities. This is an important step to advance the electrification of our bus fleet. I want to recognize Diana Larcon from Department of Transportation and Mobility and Steve Spade from Suntran for pursuing and receiving federal funding to begin electrifying our buses. I also want to give a very special thank you to Tucson Electric Power for their partnering in the installation of charging infrastructure to keep our new EV buses running. Please feel free to come, and we invite the community to this amazing celebration. I have been told that I will be given a mini class on how to drive an electric bus. So you might or might not want to join me in that bus, but it's going to be really fun. And I hope that that you all come and celebrate our initiation of the electrification of our bus fleet. Also, I wanted to quickly remind everyone about the Queer for Good event hosted by the wonderful LGBTQ+ Alliance Fund that will be taking place October 7th at the MSA Annex, with the goal of connecting donors with projects that will benefit the LGBTQ+ community and queer programs in Southern Arizona through our annual competitive grant rounds. I will be there with so many other wonderful community members. And last but not least, to all the working parents out there, fall break is coming up in many local school districts. Registration is now open for the Tucson Parks and Recreation Schools Out Fall program, which is available at multiple sites throughout the city of Tucson for children ages 5 through 11, or the In-Betweeners Club for ages 12 to 14. Camp hours are from 7:30 in the morning to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday, and registration is $25 per week per student for Tucson residents and $32 for county residents, and a discount program is available for those who qualify. Register online at easyreg.com or call 791-4877. I know this is big help for many working families, and it's a win-win because it's fun for kids and it's a safe place for them to hang out and do amazing activities. Again, activities are supervised, engaging, and super fun. So easyreg.com or call 791-4877 for the Schools Out Fall program. With that, if there's no other current events from my colleagues, we move on to item 4.
City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
City Manager's Communication number 291, dated September 28th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow the City Manager to report on current events. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. No report today.
Item 5.
Liquor license applications report from City Manager.
City Manager's Communication number 292, dated September 28th, is received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, please read the liquor license agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's liquor license agenda under item 5B, we have 1 request for new license. We have 3 requests for sampling privileges. Under item 5C, we have 6 requests for special events. Staff has indicated that all the applicants are in compliance with city requirements. An appropriate motion would be to forward items 5B 1 through 4 and C 1 through 6 to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
There is a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Item 6.
Call to the audience.
At this time, the public is allowed to address the mayor and council on any issue. Speakers are limited to 3-minute presentations. The call to the audience is scheduled to last for no more than 30 minutes. Pursuant to the Arizona Open Meeting Law, individual council members may ask the city manager to review the matter, as the matter be placed on a future agenda, or respond to criticism made by speakers. However, the mayor and council may not discuss or take legal action on matters raised during call to the audience. I do have a list of speakers for call to the audience. The first speaker I have is Ty Noel. Ty Noel. Mr. Clerk, do you see Ty Noel?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Ken Scoville?
Good evening, Mayor Romero and members of the City Council. I'm here to update you about the Tucson Museum of Art historic block. 2 weeks ago, when I originally was on and talked about my concerns and the need for them to have an inspection and assessment, I brought up, I think, the Casa Cordova a little bit, but being that I'm downtown a lot, I was very close and decided to go over and check out the Casa Cordova. And since that original meeting with you, there was a large crack. It's probably now an inch and a half wide, running down about 10 feet on the south side of the casa. And it's very close to where the 1850, or I should say circa 1850s building is, and then the 1879 addition. And it is quite wide. And there's more material flaking off through the bottom. And the casa has been off exhibit for quite a while, and I called the Museum of Art, and they said it's been closed and off exhibit since March of 2020. So I'm becoming more concerned now about the casa because if it's been off exhibit, and I'm assuming no one has even opened the doors that face into the courtyard. So it has not been able to air out and get some drying effect. And I know Bob Vent has done a major amount of work on the casa before, and I did update him about this and send him a picture of this, as I did your office, the mayor's office, and also Ward 1. So I don't know where all this is in the process of whether you want to have Mr. Vent inspect the buildings, and I'm hoping that you do, but also that I think things are becoming a little bit more of time of the essence for this, because we've had so much rain, and then we had the rain over the weekend, and that crack is just allowing rainwater to go in. Where the two buildings on the street, the Stevens and the Fish houses, the paint's peeling off, but they're not compromised to the level that now the casa is. So I will keep a watch on that, and I will update you and look forward to hearing that Bob Vin is going to be able to inspect the building. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Scoville, and your concerns were forwarded to our Assistant City Manager, to our new permanently appointed Assistant City Manager, Mr. Tim Tamir, and he is following up on those concerns. Our next speaker is Beryl Baker.
Can you hear me?
Our next speaker is Beryl Baker.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me? Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
For 2 weeks now, none of the ward offices have answered our simple question of why the city cannot keep the same hours that were in place for A Mountain before the work on the A when they reopened the road. So here we are again. 3 years later, nope, it's been at least 10 years, on the same fight to keep access for the majority of the people in Tucson to the regional park of A Mountain. This time they are using the excuse of fixing the A to shorten the hours people can use A Mountain. Using sunrise to sunset for opening and closing can be a difference of 4 hours between winter and summer. Almost half of the people who use A Mountain drive up it, but the number of hours they will be allowed to be on the mountain are being shortened. In winter, on some days, cars will only be allowed as little as about 3.5 hours per day, and most of that time will be during working day hours. Closing at sunset also means that people will not be able to enjoy the lights of Tucson from A Mountain unless they can walk up the mountain. This discriminates against elders, people with disabilities, and people who want to share their city with tourists. There are families who might want to have an evening with family enjoying the mountain, as well as those many people who currently drive the mountain. There were responses in the survey by people who expressed as a favorite thing for them was to see the lights of Tucson. These hour changes will make it so they will never be able to be on the mountain to see the lights. There have always been problems with people abusing their privilege to use the road and mountain. However, this is trying to solve a problem caused by a few by punishing the many. They have already given the people who walk a mountain most of the morning when they limited vehicle access from 11 to 8. But this appears to be another attempt to stop vehicle traffic from using the road by making the hours for cars inconvenient as well as unpredictable. Regina Romero had said she wanted to see more families use a mountain, yet these measures seem to discourage family use and go against what she was advocating. As a public regional park, people should have equal access. In conclusion, opening and closing the road from sunrise to sunset is arbitrary, subjective, and unpredictable for the public. The hours for cars 11 to 8 should remain in place for access to a mountain. Let's keep in mind that this is a regional park for all the people. Ideally, there would be less restrictions to hours instead of fewer hours. We would like replies from City Council as to why the city cannot keep the same hours that were in place for A Mountain before they close the road for repairs to the A. Thank you.
Lauren Klinkhammer. Lauren Klinkhammer.
I do not show Lauren, Your Honor.
No. That's Abriza Seeger.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead. Go ahead, Abriza.
Honorable Mayor and Council, my name is Abriza Zagir. I live in Ward 1. I am a citizen of the Sonoran Desert. Accessory dwelling units, a promise of affordability and equity. I have a few issues with the proposed code, but I believe it was Councilmember Paul Durham and we're talking about the problems with utilities as far as water bills, TEP payments not being able to being paid during COVID. This brought another issue I have up is when developing accessory dwelling units, the ADUs, would it not be better to make sure that both homes or 3 homes be on the same utility meters? This way, if someone is moving in, they're not paying first, last month's rent, plus a deposit, and then deposit on utilities on top of that. They are already turned on. As far as affordability and accessibility to elders and lower income folks, including students and even whether visitors, I think this would be maybe something that could be added to the proposed thing to make it better and more accessible. Also, the current ADU code includes office and commercial properties. The new code guidelines do not include these properties. Would this mean that local business owners could not live on the same property as their business? Also, the minimum lot size requirement has been removed, and any parcel with single and 2 family resident units can build an ADU. Can a new ADU unit being built on a single family residential property then be called a 2 family residential unit and then an additional ADU unit be built? Parking requirements is almost rescinded. New ADU unit codes means that as a parcel is within 1/4 mile of a transit or bike lane, they do not have to have a required parking. 1/4 mile, 1,320 feet, or 2.2 city blocks. So, is this 1/4 mile measurement as a crow flies or via public byways? What determines a bike lane? Can a residential street be determined as a bike lane? Like all intersections can be considered pedestrian crossings. I'm sorry, I'm at the end of my talking. Thank you so much for your consideration. And I will email you the rest of my speech and not to take up my 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate your time. Ed Hendel.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, Mr. Hendel.
Thank you. Appreciate your time. I just wanted to say that the community appreciates your vote earlier today to alleviate water bill debt. It's definitely a great start towards some much needed relief. However, today's motion specified that debt relief will only be given to families that have self-identified as having been affected by COVID or are currently enrolled in the low-income assistance program, which is less than 20% of the families that are in debt right now. I don't think that anyone believes that the vast majority of families in debt are high income and unaffected by COVID, right? I mean, it seems like the much more likely explanation is that most families were unaware of the need to self-identify as having been affected by COVID, or were unable to jump through the hoops and navigate the bureaucracy to do that. And same goes for the low-income program. Just a few months ago in June, you voted to expand access to that program because it's so difficult to enroll in, which is a great decision, and we really appreciate that. But then why are we using enrollment in these programs today to exclude 80% of the families that are in debt? I agree with Councilmember Santa Cruz that we need to go beyond today's one-time alleviation. And I just thank you for the great start today, helping over 3,000 families. But I urge you to also move quickly to take care of the other 15,000 families in debt as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hendel. Really appreciated. That was my last name on the call to the audience list. Mr. Clerk, do you have any others?
No, Your Honor, that was all.
Alrighty, great. So we move on to item 7.
Consent agenda items A through F.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read the consent agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's consent agenda, item A is approval of minutes. Item B is a grant agreement with the Arizona Department of Transportation Multimodal Planning Division for Federal Transit Administration, Section 5310 operating funding. Item C is the final plat S19063, the Bridges Subarea B1, lots 1 and 2. Item D is a final plat S21-012, Terraza Moderna, lot 1 through 6, common areas A, B, C, and D. Item E is a final plat Corbett Village FLD, lots 1 through 71, common areas A, B, and C. Item F is the final plat Tucson Airport Distribution Center C, Block 1. That's the extent of the consent agenda, Your Honor.
May I have a motion to proceed with the consent agenda?
Your Honor, I pass and adopt the items on the consent agenda.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. We need to go to roll call. Mr. Clerk?
McSulik?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye. Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
The items on the consent agenda are approved by a vote of 7-0. Item 8.
Zoning C92112, Prince 10 Planned Area Development, R1, O3, and C2 to PAD, City Manager's Report, Ordinance Adoption, Ordinance number 11876.
City Manager's Communication number 299 dated September 28th is received into and made part of the record. This is a request to rezone approximately 110 acres from R1, O3, and C2 to a planned area development zoning. The rezoning site is located just west of Interstate 10 between Prince Road and Miracle Mile. The zoning examiner and staff recommend approval of the planned area development zoning and adoption of ordinance subject to conditions. Is the applicant or the representative of the applicant present?
Good evening, Madam Mayor. Yes, I am here. Brian Underwood with the Planning Center.
Thank you. Are you agreeable to the proposed requirements?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we are.
Alrighty, thank you, Brian. Really appreciate it. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 11876 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 11876 relating to zoning, amending zoning district boundaries in the area located just west of Interstate 10 between Prince Road and Miracle Mile in case C92112, Prince 10 Planned Area Development, R1, O3, and C2 to PAD 43 and setting an effective date.
So this has been a Ward 3 project, and I know that Ward 3 staff and my council member Ulick, as well as her predecessor, worked really hard. I know that my office has been aware of this planned area development, and I just wanted to allow for council member Ulick to jump in and let us know what her pleasure is.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is really a project that has been, as you know, very extensive, involving the Ward 3 office, area neighbors, and stakeholders, and appreciate the involvement and attention from the mayor's office. It's the first phase for a new innovation and sustainability campus between the Santa Cruz River and I-10. It's encompassed within an existing footprint of the Santa Cruz overlay, which is currently under development. The developer, Gary Brav, along with the Planning Center team, have been working with the Ward 3 office to develop the pad in a way that truly will enhance job opportunities and expand amenities in the area. I hope folks had a chance to review the materials and see the details. The Planning Center and Gary Brav reached out real early to sign code advocates to ensure that the proposed monument signs included in the plan align with our dark skies ordinance and commitments. And I want to thank Gary and Brian and others for the excellent work to ensure that alignment. Importantly, this pad has standards and guidelines included that mandate the consideration of adjacent development edge treatments and that they be compatible with current and future adjacent commercial uses. Because of the nature of this pad and the fact that the developers haven't yet identified individual tenants and occupants, design guidelines are not spelled out for each development in the pad, but the Ward 3 office, as well as Planning and Development Services and the Planning Center, have communicated. I know that we heard from Ms. Hanson from the Trailtel RV Park, who submitted a protest to the project. It's really understandable that Ms. Hanson expressed concern about the future development without clear design guidelines. And so that's the reason that the zoning examiner, in concert with our office, did include the additional condition that addresses the issue, specifically that the pad expresses very clearly the requirement that the applicant submit the pad design guidelines to PDSD for its review and approval before the guidelines are finalized and implemented, and that PDSD gives notice to adjoining landowners when the pad design guidelines are submitted for review and approval so that they can participate and voice any concerns and input during that step. I can put a motion on the table, and then certainly I know there may be further comments and questions, but the motion would be to approve the request for rezoning as recommended by the zoning examiner and pass and adopt ordinance 11876.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. And just to start off discussion, I wanted to again congratulate the Ward 3 office staff, Councilmember Ulick, Councilmember Durham that started this process, as well as Gary Brov, the University of Arizona, and the Planning Center, and the community surrounding that have worked really hard to make sure that we get to a point where this very exciting project is we're going to start the process in the city of Tucson. It's an amazing site for infill development, especially because this will be an innovation center for the city of Tucson, right in the center of our city. And I'm really happy with the possibilities that it brings to the area as well. So good job, Councilmember Ulick and your staff, as well as Councilmember Durham, everyone involved, Gary Bra for coming in at really early to kind of share his vision and dreams for this area with me and my office. And I'm really looking forward to the possibilities of what is going to happen in this innovation campus. So congratulations all. This is very, very great news for the city of Tucson. Any others? Alrighty, hearing none. What is well, we have a motion, we have a second, and do we have to go to roll call, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, let's go to roll call.
Mixulik,
Aye.
Mayor Romero,
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres,
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham,
Aye.
Nick Santa Cruz,
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek,
Aye.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye.
Ordinance 11876 passes by a vote of 7-0. Congratulations. Thank you, Brian. And looking forward to what's next.
Thank you. So are we.
Thank you. Item 9.
Adjournment.
Council will stand adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be on Tuesday, October 5th, 2021, at or after 5:30 p.m. Thank you all so much. Have a wonderful rest of your week.
Thank you.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Good night.